The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I don't know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to all our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much as usual for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. A special shout out to all our channel members and also to our moderators. Let me just quickly welcome, before I welcome those in the chat, our topic tonight is Unlimited Greed, and it's part 2 with your host, Mystic Sensation, comprising of Baron and Anne-Marie, and hopefully Melting Pot will be joining us shortly. Let me just quickly welcome those in the chat: Patel Cruikshank, Dorothy McCoy, Beverly, Rosa, Rennie Swaby, Gloria Blyden, Carla Ebanks, Sharon Ricketts, Dion Freshmundle, One Indian, bless up yourself, Daniel Taylor, Barbara Giwa, Minty Rue, Dahlia Headlam, Laris Beckford, bless up, Fiona Burnett, Paulette MacArthur, welcome, Glenn Samuel, bless up yourself. Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron to start.
All right, thank you, honey. I feel a little bit, more comfortable, right, on the evening shift because wife is here, so.
Seaga McCarthy, bless up Carl, Maxwell Williams, Norma Barkley, Meredith Fernandez, Palmas Girl 2, bless up yourself. All right.
Yes. So I can get to, just focus on my area right here in delivering the message. It is possible that Melting Pot might come on. When I spoke with him earlier, right, he was a bit caught up. So we are looking, and at the same time, if he doesn't show, then all right, Melting Pot, right, we will catch you right at another time. Now, let me just give, as it relates to what we are going to discuss today. Of course, we're going to touch a little on the war in Iran, right? Geopolitics. We're going to touch the U.S. Congressman versus Andrew Holness. We are going to speak on a issue, Andrew and JLP ravage education. We're going to highlight that, right? And warning to all Jamaicans, right? Hypocrisy within the media, right? And that is, oh, melting pot is here. All right, melting pot is here, people. All right, without any delay, let me just give melting pot his opportunity to meet and greet. Melting pot.
Yes, sir, Lord Byron.
Blessings.
Yeah, man. Greetings as usual. To mix the sensation live, family, tuning in on a Friday night, beginning of the weekend. So, we give thanks for that as well. Yeah, I want to say big up to everyone at the chat. Yeah, as usual. Enough respect. Big up to my family in the ground zero, as usual. Enough respect. And big up to all blood and fire coming, right across the globe. Yeah, man, my 2 mile people, all tight, same way, enough love and respect. Melting pot at the studio, alongside the host, Mystic Sensation.
Sorry, Melton,
alongside
more
our
volume
technical
on your mic.
And alongside the technical director, Lady Anne Marie. Yeah, you
Yes,
don't
sir.
know, she have the gold finger, and she make the things spin behind the scene. So without any further ado, I'm gonna hand you back to the host.
All right, blessings, melting pot. Right, thank you for that. Now, Jamaica, but we just start with the, the least of the impact for tonight, which is the geopolitics, and we just quickly get that out of the room. Now, as it relates to, the United States and Iran, it appears, based on what coming out of various news media, that it seems like United States is trying to now gin up a plan, right, to, avoid, right, a long-term situation with Iran, and partially blaming Israel, right? I mean, it's quite funny, quite funny. Now, we have other situations that Browning as well, as it relates to the Pentagon, the Pentagon generals, the generals at the Pentagon, right, is not taking any orders from Trump. People who hear that, that is big. And we have it, you understand, for you to hear. So without any delay, let us go into the first and show people what is going on as it relates to giving that update with what is going on with Iran. I think it was somewhere down here.
Which one you want first?
Yes.
This one?
Yes. So let us get in and bite into that. No. All right, so we are going to highlight that.
This
one? No. Yes. All right.
Two big developments, and this shows the kind of impact the Iranian retaliation is having on both the US and the illegal settler colony of Israel. Faced with Iran's ability to withstand the American and Israeli transgression, the Pentagon has now asked for $50 billion worth additional military budget's approval. Then last night, Iran bombed the hell out of Ben Gurion Airport. If you watch the video on our Telegram channel, you would have seen the extraordinary visuals of Iran's Khurram Shahar 4 enjoying the complete dominance of skies in the settler colony. Meanwhile, a CNN reporter has busted his own country's lies on the situation in Iran. But the BBC in the UK has further disgraced itself with more instances of fake news on Iran. This would be the broad focus of my video today, so please stay tuned. Donald Trump and his terrorist Israeli boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, had deluded themselves when they thought of replicating their Venezuela model in Iran. Even 7 days after their illegal invasion of Iran, they have failed to achieve anything that they desire. Instead, Iran has struck them so hard that the rogue regimes of these two entities have no idea how to negotiate with the barrage of Iranian missiles. The Iranian retaliation is also causing a massive shortages of ammunition for the so-called most powerful country in the world. And this has come as a shock to members of US Congress.
All right,
A report by Al Jazeera said the cost of continuing with the illegal war.
Bits and pieces, and that is indeed a shock. So what he's saying there, that both Israel and United States, they are running out of missile, right? I did show, right, on previous clip as it relates to how much missiles that built per year by Iran, right, which is what was about 1,000, as opposed to 7 that built per year by United States and Israel. So that is a far outspacing in terms of the amount of ballistic missile produced by Iran. Let us get into the other clip fast, because we want to dismiss the geopolitical front. Right.
United States military. 4 active duty generals commanding 3 of America's unified combatant commands held what sources are calling an emergency coordination call, and according to 2 people directly briefed on the conversation, and 1 senior defense official who reviewed the classified after-action summary, these generals explicitly discussed their constitutional obligation to refuse certain categories of orders emanating from the White House. This is not a drill. This is not political theater. This is the moment when the American military command structure fractures under the weight of directives that senior officers believe cross the line from controversial policy into unlawful command. I need you to understand the weight of what I am about to tell you, because what happened in that conference room at 3:47 this morning is not just a military story or a legal story. This is a stress test on whether the checks and balances embedded in our constitutional system can still function when someone in the Oval Office decides those checks simply do not apply to him. If you care about what happens to the institutions that have held this country together for nearly 2.5 centuries, you need to subscribe to this channel right now and turn on notifications, because the next 72 hours will determine whether the American military remains under civilian control or whether we are witnessing the beginning of a constitutional crisis that will define this generation. Here is what we know, and I want to be very clear about the sourcing, because what I am about to tell you is not speculation. 3 independent sources, 2 senior defense officials who were briefed on the call within hours of its conclusion, and 1 congressional aide on the Senate Armed Services Committee, who received a classified readout this morning, have confirmed the substance of what was discussed. According to the official summary, which was transmitted through secure channels at 6:14 mainly U, the 4 generals on the call were the commanders of U.S. Northern Command, U.S. Southern Command, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, and U.S. Strategic Command. These are not junior officers. These are 4-star generals commanding forces responsible for homeland defense, Latin American operations, Pacific theater readiness, and America's nuclear arsenal. The call lasted 47 minutes. According to one source who reviewed the transcript summary, the word unconstitutional appeared 6 times, the phrase illegal order appeared 4 times, and the term impeachment liability appeared twice. These are not casual conversations about policy disagreements. This is senior military leadership engaging in explicit discussion about the legal boundaries of their obligation to obey presidential directives. The precipitating incident, according to sources familiar with the timeline, occurred at 11:23 p.m. last night, when a National Security Council memorandum was transmitted through secure channels to all unified combatant commands. The memorandum, which sources describe as a presidential directive with immediate execution timelines, contained what 3 constitutional law experts consulted independently describe as potentially unlawful orders regarding the deployment of active duty military forces for domestic law enforcement operations in jurisdictions where governors have not requested federal assistance. Professor David Harmon, who teaches constitutional law at Georgetown and has advised both Republican and Democratic administrations on war powers questions, reviewed the description of the directive and stated on background that if the characterization is accurate, the orders would represent a direct violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, a statute that has governed the
All right,
boundaries of
on it.
military domestic
Take it away.
deployment since
We are not going any
1878.
further.
Former federal
So there you have it, for all the people who tune in. So this is what we have. And the truth about what is going on as it relates to the war in Iran. Iran, right, seems to be bombing the hell out of Israel, right? And they are getting the upper hand, right, as it relates to the amount of ballistic missiles and the amount of bombing that that Israel is getting. The other thing is that the Pentagon, people, listen, you hear, the Pentagon generals, the 4 Pentagon generals are saying that they are not going to take orders from Donald Trump. They are saying that they are not going to take certain orders from Donald Trump as concerning breach of Constitution. So this is really serious, my Jamaican people. So based on what we see there, right, it appears, because I listened to another clip and where it appears that United States, Donald Trump seems to be in problem, and it seems like they want to swing off this thing to say, well, okay, it's Israel's fault, right? Where we have several school children being killed, right? A lot of damages, right? So far, what, 6 American soldiers being killed? And we don't know how many Israel soldiers being killed. That has not been recorded. And so then there you have it. That it seems like United States is back pedaling. Seems like United States is back pedaling. So then, of course, it is looking really dim. Remember, as I said, right, on my earlier live, Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is not Venezuela. Remember, I also said that Iraq fought them for 9 years and could not penetrate them. And remember, when United States fought Iraq, right, he get Congress approval, and where he get assistance with other countries, right, who went to Iraq with him, with the United States. So what I'm saying, into clear in all of the people who are talking about United States have sophisticated this and United States have sophisticated that, we are talking about what the experts, the people who in the know, right? The people who are in the know, what they are telling us. And basically, right now, what is coming out, Iran is having the upper hand. So let me just hear what Melting Pot say. What say you on this Melting Pot?
Well, my views on it is slightly different to your views, Sir Lord Byron, because I'm looking directly at the war being reported
Yes.
by writers with BBC having their own personnel down there. Curtis, he's down there. Curtis Myrick down there. And he's a war journalist. Actually, he's from Jamaica. Serving the JDF army way back when. Yeah, and we are seeing live picture on the ground, and it's very different from what been reported. I don't know what is happening in the Pentagon regarding the disapproval of Donald Trump and the support from the Pentagon. Yeah, but I know for sure that Iran has taken a battering. Yeah,
Okay.
Lebanon has taken a battering as well. But Iran has also struck back at Bahrain Key Isle facility. Yeah, and they have also hit Dubai Palm Beach. Yeah, but apart from that, even the Israel military army is now gaining on the ground territories from Hezbollah, wreaking havoc. A lot of people lose their life. In 9 people, as a matter of fact. Israel intensified military airstrike on Lebanon, killing 9 people. Yeah, because Lebanon has now becomes a third party in the war. So it seems like, it's not just in the Middle East where you have Israel, Iran, and United States. No, we know United States and Israel form one allied. But other countries try to join in with Iran and is now facing a barrage of bombing. I've seen buildings going on. I've seen the building them strike as it relates to the report live from Clive Myrick. You understand? And other BBC personnel on the ground reporting live. So, there's a lot of conspiracy theory and some of the internet report that we are getting. Because when I look at what BBC is showing live, it differs from what these internet platforms are putting out. We know that the Strait of Hormuz, which transport over 20% of the oil that the world requires. Yeah, there's mixed message coming in relation to that. The Iranians are saying that they are only targeting Israel and United States vessels, and the rest is okay. I don't know how 100% that is. But in terms of strengthening in the region, United States bomber that can carry 24 missiles. They have now taken up grounds at Cyprus Air Base, which is run by the United Kingdom. And a lot of strength has gone in there. So, the war is not being reported accurately in most cases. So we just have to wait and see which one of the allied them, surrender first. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I hear Trump coming out and saying that Iran can, surrender under conditional order. You understand? That means it have to be on some conditional deal, not just surrendering like that. There must be apparently some specific guideline and outline that are on the table. That if Iran comply with those, then the war will end. Yeah, but it is very conflicting, Sir Byron. We just have to wait and see. It's day 7 of the war, and I mean, people from within the Arab fraternity will come out and defend Iran and say how much Iran top. But what I'm seeing, it's the opposite. I yield back the floor.
Okay. All right. Let me just square that off, because the truth be told, right? We know that Donald Trump, who had invaded Iran, right, some time ago, Donald Trump did report that all of Iran, right, missiles were totally desolated, if you remember that. So nothing coming from out of Trump's mouth, right, can be believed. And as a matter of fact, his own Pentagon soldiers are going against him, right? And we know that this is Donald Trump that we are talking about, right? Someone who is equally like Andrew Holness, right? That you can't take his word for anything, right? He's someone who just doesn't speak the truth. So, all right, let us leave it there. Right now, Jamaica. We all remember when Andrew Holness came out, and Andrew Holness, right, made a speech in terms of supporting Cuba. And remember, in terms of what I said right then and there, and I said that he's a hypocrite. Remember, Jamaica, right? That he's a hypocrite. Now, when you look, you see, right, that situation, right, now come to 360 degrees, full circle. And where now I was 100% correct. Let us roll back the curtain and remind the person, remind us in terms of what he said. Let us roll back the curtain. Let me show you how vicious this man is. Right? Let us roll back the curtain.
Address the situation in Cuba with clarity and courage. Cuba is our Caribbean neighbor. Its doctors and teachers have served across our region. Its people are part of our shared history. But today, the Cuban people face severe economic hardship, energy shortages, and growing humanitarian strain. Jamaica is sensitive to the struggles of the Cuban people. Humanitarian suffering serves no one. Apart from our fraternal care and solidarity with the Cuban people, it must be clear that a prolonged crisis in Cuba will not remain confined to Cuba. It will affect migration, security, and economic stability across the Caribbean basin. It is therefore important that we carefully consider this matter.
Take him away. Now, this man, right, is a deceiver. We all know that Andrew Holness supported Donald Trump, right, and all of Donald Trump policies. So there was no surprise there. There was no surprise there when he coming out, right, and just doing his regular deceiving. Now, he played what I call his chess game because he believed that, okay, things are not going so well for Donald Trump, so he think he can put his foot out there. And in putting his foot out there, this is what the congressman says. Now, let us play back what the congressman says. I am going to tell you and show you that Andrew Holness is 100 puppet on a string by United States as a result of his corruption. Now let us listen.
U.S. Congressman Carlos A. Jimenez has strongly criticized comments made by Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness on Cuba, warning that Jamaica could face consequences. He issued a sharply worded response in a statement on X following Prime Minister Holness's address at the CARICOM summit underway in St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Jimenez suggested that Dr. Holness was covering up for what he called a, quote, moribund dictatorship, unquote, in Cuba. He also alleged that the Cuban government had previously interfered in Jamaica's politics to undermine the Jamaica Labour Party and warned that Jamaica would face consequences. Prime Minister Holness, speaking at the CARICOM meeting on Tuesday, called for frank discussion.
Let me remind you, Jamaican people, as it relates to what I said. I said, Mr. Jimenez, you're wrong, because the Cuban has never meddled in our election. The Cuban has never yet meddled in our election. So you were wrong. But the congressman, right, speak not only independently. And when I came out and I spoke that, right, then, you know, other person said, you know, the congressman did not speak for United States, right? He speaks for himself. And that is not the stand of the United States. Well, guess what, people? I'm going to show you evidence now where, and of course, the congressman realized that people are saying that. So to the fact that the congressman realized that people are saying that, this time, the congressman speak again and let the world know that it is coming from the Congress. So there is no spin. He makes sure that this time he cut off the spin. Now, let us bring up that document. Let us bring up that document. This time he cut off the spin, so you can't spin it. This is showing us Jamaica, that United States have Andrew Holness by balls. And they can march him around because of his level of corruption. He's compromised, fully compromised. This is telling you right here that Andrew Holness is fully compromised. Now, the US lawmaker who criticized Holness welcomes Jamaica ending Cuban medical program. You see that? Here he is. There he is. Now, United States Congressman Carlos A. Jimenez, right, Gleaner, via official website of Congressman Carlos A. Jimenez, United States Congressman Carlos A. Jimenez has praised Jamaica's decision to discontinue its medical cooperation program with Cuba. Let us stop right there. Now, we have not have sufficient nurse from God he knows when. And when United States is going to give Andrew Holness an order like this to terminate the program, they know that it is going to hurt us. But they don't care. They don't care. Because they want to get to Cuba. And people need to understand. And so then they, on their campaign mission, as it relates to courier to Cuba. But Andrew Holness cannot stand up to them because guess what? He's corrupted and they have him stuck, load. They have him. So anything that they want him to do, he has to do it. So don't be tricked by him coming out and try to spin and talk about, okay, the program, you know, there was some, you know, disagreement as it relates to how they are trying to spin it now, and to the fact that they are disagreement, the 50-year contract that we have with them now come to a sudden end. No. Now, describing the long-running arrangement as a pathetic criminal human trafficking operation. And everybody knows that this is lie. Everybody knows that this is lie. All the Caribbean countries who use Cuban nurse know that what the congressman is saying here as it relates to pathetic criminal human trafficking operation is a lie. So sometimes when you have United States, right, reporting on issues, come on, don't be fooled. Right? Don't be fooled. Now, in the US Congress, so let me read this. Because the congressman makes sure that he cut off any spinning that can be done. The congressman is telling all of us in Jamaica that Andrew Holness has to do what he needs to do because Congress, here it is, people, here it is, open quote, in the US Congress, So he's not speaking as an individual. So for all those who run out and talk about, okay, all right, he's speaking as an individual. Now you get it. Now the congressman is telling you that I am not speaking as an individual. The congressman is saying, in the U.S. Congress, we thank the people of Jamaica for ending this pathetic criminal human trafficking operation with this dictatorship right in Cuba. He said in a post on X responding to the Gleaner's report on the development Thursday. What more you want to hear? Right here, so see here, people, in the U.S. Congress. He's telling that in the U.S. Congress, the unification of that policy to terminate. Take that away, honey. Now, let me show you Jamaica. When we say, and prove to Jamaica now, that Andrew Holness is corrupted, and the United States have him on a leash and can draw the leash at any time. And the length that the United States give him is the length he has to work with. So when I tell you, and this is one of the reasons why the congressman now came out like that in terms of cutting off the spin, is to say the Congress. So then for anyone who want to hold the spin, they can't hold the spin anymore. You have to agree. That is the census of Congress. And you people see it. I showed it to you. Argument done. But let me show you something now. To show you that Andrew Holness trapped, like how Nariye got trapped. They have him. Look on. Let us check Mia Mottley. They propose it to Mia Mottley, right? As it relates to Mia Mottley, who used to have Cuban nurses, and Mia Mottley, right, came out and defend the Cuban without no apology. Let me show you what Mia Mottley says. Honey, play that clip, Mia Mottley. To show you that Mia Mottley firm than Andrew Holness. Listen to what Mia Mottley says.
Madam President, Cuba has long been a source of support for many across the globe in times of conflict, health crises, and indeed colonial resistance, particularly in Africa. Cuba has paid, however, a high price for insisting on its right to self-determination. And again, yet again, we must be prepared to engage in dialogue in order to stop the disproportionate suffering and the deprivation that is being inflicted on the Cuban society by what is now globally seen to be an unjust embargo and other unilateral coercive measures. Barbados, my friends, reiterates its call for the end of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. This is unjust.
Stop that and take it away. Mia Mottley, face the mic, speak into the camera, and said what you are doing to Cuba, the embargo that you place on Cuba is unjust. Jamaica, I swear to you tonight, that Andrew Holness can never, ever speak like that. What reference in our brain when we hear Mia Mottley look into the camera and said the embargo is unjust? Michael Manley, stand up to United States. and said, I will not crawl on my knees. Strong leaders, leaders who are not corrupted, leaders who are not corrupted. Let me show you something, Jamaica. I am going to do a research right in front of your face and show you that the People's National Party leadership is always, from the existence of time, that the People's National Party mean well for Jamaica. We are going through a healthcare crisis because of shortages of nurses. And I said, yes, shortages of nurses. And I said, you know what? I want to be fair to my listeners. How am I going to be fair to my listeners? I said to myself, let me do a research to find out the shortages of nurses under the People's National Party and the shortages of nurses under the Jamaica Labour Party. And I said the people want to know, because the people want to see as it relates to which government, right, is really for the people. And this is the information we need to provide out there so that the people can be properly informed. Now remember, I am going to show you as it relates to 2012 to 2015 Portia Simpson's period, as it relates to shortages of nurses, right? And when I show you that, I am going to make the comparison between Andrew Holness administration 2016 until 2026 as it relates to shortage of nurses. And what I found, remember that the People's National Party, you understand, was just coming off a serious economic crisis, very serious economic crisis as it relates to the IMF, the World Bank, right? Dumped Jamaica. Didn't want anything to do with Jamaica. And I'm going to show you what the shortage of nurses under the PNP. Let us show that document on it. We go to document number one. Right? So this is what I do, Jamaica, because I want you to be informed. Right? And I am not going to be biased. So I search for that to see what the shortage of nurses, right? The nursing shortages between 2012 and 2015. And the search revealed, yes, Jamaica experienced significant nursing shortages between 2012 and 2015, largely driven by high immigration of trained nurses to developed countries, often referred to as brain drain, and at times internal recruitment issues. Key findings for that regarding the period include high immigration rates. Jamaica has historically had one of the highest nurse immigration rates in the Caribbean, with many nurses leaving for better opportunities in the UK, USA, and Canada. Now, chronic shortages, and this is why we do the research to bring you the result. Chronic shortages, reports indicate that by the mid-2000s, vacancy rates for nursing position in the English-speaking Caribbean, including Jamaica, were often high, over 30% to 40% in some estimate. So under the Portia Simpson, right, as it relates to, right, the whole impact was the high 30% to 40% as it relates to the English-speaking Caribbean, right? 30% to 40%. Look, people, this is Portia Simpson. More you see it, right? As it relates to, here it is, chronic shortages. Reports indicate that by the mid-2000s, vacancy rates for nursing position in the English-speaking Caribbean, including Jamaica, were often high, over 30% to 40% in some estimate. Let us take that away on it, and let us go now to the JLP era. I am showing you something, Jamaica, what you are going to find out tonight. And when Andrew Holness coming out and said he's running the economy, you understand, better than the PNP, tell him to shut him out. Tell him to shut him out. Now, big up that the people can see it. Now, this is Andrew Holness era, people. Here it is. Between 2016 and 2026, Jamaica has experienced a severe and persistent shortage of nurses, primarily driven by the migration of skilled professionals to developed nations. Poor working conditions. Now that adding, that wasn't in Portia's thing, right? Remember, I showed it to you. Poor working conditions, never amongst when Portia Simpson, right? We show the 2012 to 2015, and high turnover rates. Despite government interventions and recruitment efforts, the public health sector has frequently operated at over below what? 60%. 60% of its required nursing capacity. Take away that evidence. So Jamaica, when you have data like this, how are you going to vote? Let me ask you. When you have crucial data like this and you have the facts, how are you going to vote? Now, let us give you some of the sound bites that Andrew Holness is making. You hear sound bites that his administration, right, is doing better than Portia Simpson administration, economically speaking. But yet, when you look through the healthcare, when you look through education, when you look through the corruption, you realize that what they are saying lies and the data don't add up. And so then, as it relates to Andrew Holness, right, we have seen that healthcare budget, this is what you need to think about now, Jamaican people. During Portia Simpson time, as it relates to 2012 to 2015, because she came out early 2016, the healthcare budget was $64 billion. So let us deal with maths now. $64 billion. The healthcare system under Portia Simpson, right, did not run down. Now, these are the facts. Christopher Tufton said he increased the budget from $64 billion to $147 billion. And based on what I've just shown you with the healthcare, that increase did not reduce vacancies, did not reduce it. It increased. So you are telling me now that what? We are paying more for less. Based on the data that I just showed you, it simply means we have doubled up, partially tripled up the budget for less, far less than what $64 billion could have done in Portia Simpson time. So tell me, Jamaica, where is the good governance? And these are the reasons that you do these research, so you know who to vote for. Because you see clearly that this administration had spent a lot more. However, less, minuscule being done. Let me ease back and put in melting pot. Melting pot, what you have to say based on the data.
Well, the data is perfectly right, and showing us regards to where you get profit for less, and you get less, but it demands for more investment. As it relates to on the People's National Party side, you're in credit. You get profit from the $64 billion investment that was done within the Ministry of Health. And in regards to the GLP, them spend 147 billion and we not get nothing. As a matter of fact, we don't have the personnel there. Because remember, it shows that they operate at a 60% deficit in terms of personnel. You understand? Because those have left for greener pastures. Migration still is one of the reasons, and poor working condition is another factor. So you basically have 40% medical staff in the island, but it's a $147 billion them have to put up to keep that 40%. Unbelievable. But when you look at Mama P time, yeah, even the mid 2000 coming up, you see that the operation was at least 60%, between 70 and 60, but just round it up at 60%. We have 60% medical personnel within the fields because it states that a 30% to 40% was what was, exported abroad out of the net pool of medical personnel. Yeah. So it shows that we retain more of our staff and we could utilize a budget of $64 billion for that high amount of people within the sector working. But in regard to the GLP, the low percentage them have working, 40%, but their funding for that sector is high to the tune of 147 billion. It shows that they were stealing money right here and then. Yeah, a lot of money that was taken from central government into these ministries were just for stealing. Because how is it that under the PMP administration they can use 64 billion, yeah, for a 60% to 70% workforce, but the GLP use 147 billion for a 40% workforce. Mighty God.
Talk up the thing.
Mighty God. We can't make out these, Sir Byron.
Yes.
And people with mathematics skills can work it out. They are just robbers. Yeah, they are crooks. They are pirates. Call them what they will. You understand? They are just criminal at the end of the day. Yeah. Now, when you look back on the Cuban situation, as it relates to what coming out of, I command in terms of United States Congress. Yeah. You see that Carlos Jimenez is now making sure that everybody get the gist that it's coming from Congress, not from him. Yeah. And they are talking about, the circumstance surrounding all these allegations of pathetic criminal human trafficking operation. You understand? That what was being carried out by Jamaica under Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister. Yeah. It's nothing to do with him coming up and speaking out about ending medical contract. Jamaica and Cuba never have a medical contract on the table like that, people. Because if somebody case, you hold the contract, you can't just show out the work on them like that, You don't have to pay them off up to the time when the contract would have concluded. So if you push them out 2 years before, it no matter to them, you still have to pay them 2 year salary as it relates to the contract that was set in stone. So we know it's nothing to do with contract. Yeah, and that they can't agree on 50-year medical contract cannot be renewed because of stalemate. Nothing like that. Cuban have never signed a 50-year medical contract with Jamaica. Cuban has always come to our aid when it's requested and when it's needed. Yeah? And the government of the day must speak true to the people and stop lying to the public. Stop lying. So Andrew Holness then, what was left on the table for the Cuban doctors when you shook them out of the country? What was left there in regards to the contract that was signed? And the contract must have an agreement, over the 50-year period. What was the contract worth? These medical personnel were not on contract as it relates to bilateral agreement between the Jamaican and the Cuban government. These people were asked to come, and every individually, took it on their own decision to come and be a part of the medical staff in Jamaica. So it's like me know a job in a UK and me have the criteria. Me go. The salary is done on a one-to-one basis. Monthly salary. It's nothing to do with government. It's not a government program. It's just like Jamaican leaving and going abroad and doing the same job. Government didn't send them. Them leave and go on their own. And then make up a certain volume amount of medical staff within this country. Just the same thing with the Cuban them in Jamaica. It's nothing to do with government contract. So Andrew Holness, you're caught in a lie again. You're caught in a lie again, Andrew. And it's time you stop lying to the Jamaican people. Speak the truth. Because if you don't, we will. We will. And our people will get the full sense of what is going on and the full understanding. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Lord Byron.
All right. Thank you for that, melting pot. And well said, right? As it relates to, highlighting, right, that People's National Party, bold up, big up yourself. People, under the People's National Party, we were able to have a 60 to 70%, right, nurse operating on a $64 billion budget. Look at what we are saying now, people, and try to understand the data, right? That between 2012 to 2015, under Portia Simpson administration, we actually keep 70% of our nurses on what? $64 billion. Now, Christopher Tufton, and if you go back and play that clip and the way he was saying it with such a conviction that never yet under the history of Jamaica, no administration, and he brags and he boasted about Andrew Holness' administration, that no other administration had raised the budget from $64 billion to $147 billion, and the people in the crowd said, "Yeah, yeah."
Jam full.
Hey, Jamaica, we got them, melting pot. I'm gonna tell you, when he stood up,
imagine, man.
And he
said, imagine, Sir Byron.
What?
The people have jumped to joy. Eh?
Look how
God Almighty.
Look how package it. Them good enough. Look how package it. Him package it like it's a good thing, Never yet in the history of Jamaica, right? That we moved the healthcare budget from $64 billion to $147 billion, and the people have praised him. But when we look on the data, Portia Simpson 2012 to 2015 operated a $64 billion budget at 60 to 70% occupancy level where nurses are concerned. And Andrew Holness, Christopher Tufton, you understand, $147 billion and operating at what level? Mighty goodness, at a 40% level.
No, don't say it like that, man. Don't say it like that.
And guess what? These are the type of research that people need to do and bring out these data, right, and tackle them. You understand? Because here it is that all the money that's spent, the Auditor General is hitting on his shoulder and said, hey, while you spend $147 billion, we have 7 to 800 billion dollars unaccounted for. Unaccounted for, sir. We don't know how that money spent. We are not seeing the required information to tell us that, okay, you spend the money here or not. Your appropriation account under the Jamaica Labour Party administration for several years, all the years that Andrew Holness is in power, not one of his ministry file appropriation account where by law, the appropriation account for each ministry is to be filed annually. And yet, we have so many money missing. The Auditor General auditing ADPEM is saying, look, there are several stuff that have not been recorded into ADPEM because ADPEM doesn't have a process to even record them. People only hear what I say. This is the Andrew Holness administration. Now, let me show you and let me teach you, Jamaica. When Mystic Sensation is going against, seriously, Andrew Holness, is the amount of wickedness that he's doing to our people. And I want to try to at least, right? That's why people, if you see the labor rights them over here, right? We want to reason with them. Some of them we can't reason with them, you know.
No reasoning a bit with you.
Some of them, honestly, some of them we have to just make them exit. My lieutenants them have to just make them exit. Right? But it is not like we are saying that them can't come over here, right? And seek knowledge. Yes, if they know how to behave and behave properly and they want to reason, right? Yes, we can reason. You can ask me a question if you don't know it, rather than take a position where you don't even research it and you are speaking on issues that you don't know about, right? And to the fact that we have the facts, yeah, we can reason. If you know how to behave yourself, my lieutenants are not going to kick you out. But if you're misbehaved, yes, the lieutenants, they will kick you out. Right? Because they have the power to do that. Now, I am saying, I am going to show you healthcare. Jamaica, what I'm going to show you, I am going to show you waste your time, hug, don't shower in clean water. You know that true. You know that true what that go. Yeah. Ubuntu say you waste your time. What basically what Ubuntu was say? Ubuntu say, well, the only thing you can get Byron from a hug is a grunt. You can't get anything else. You can't penetrate them cranium. All right, Ubuntu. Right? I take your point. I take your consideration. But Jamaica, let us go through this. As it relates to, and I'm happy that I'm showing this with evidence. When we say that Andrew Holness administration damaged education, not only Andrew Holness administration, the JLP, for many people who don't know that several of the JLP ministers were processed in the system, kicked out, and some sent to prison. I am going to show you that evidence. Many people don't know it. Now, look at the history of our politics. Let me talk to you the history of our politics before we get into it. From the People's National Party existing, not one Jamaica. I am dead serious. From the People's National Party existed, not one, as it relates to the Ministry of Education, has ever been accused. I'm not talking about investigation or charge. I'm talking about accusation. Not one has ever been accused. Because the People's National Party is serious about education. Because an educated nation can build strong economy. Jamaica Labour Party eat when people are educated. Eat, as a matter of fact, crony capitalists eat when people are educated. They want to blind you, rob you. That's who they are. They are crony capitalists. That's who Donald Trump is. Bully Venezuela. Take over Venezuela oil. What is that? Crony capitalist. That is what he wants to do with Iran. As it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. Want to see control. The real thing, what they are going after, him and Benjamin Netanyahu, is the Strait of Hormuz, because they believe that if they control the Strait of Hormuz, they control the Isle. It's about the Isle and hiding the wrongs that both of them have done. Andrew Holness tried to distract from the Epstein file and so on. That's how capitalists behave. That's their behavior. They are not in nation building in developing countries. They are all about modernized colonization. Deprive and take away. That's what they are. Colonizers. That's what in their blood. Crony capitalists, they are colonizers. And Donald Trump told you plain. Yeah, we go again Venezuela, we took the oil and come on, Venezuela oil is not yours. Come on, Venezuela oil is not yours. So this I'm just reflecting to that to show you crony capitalism as it relates to Andrew Holness and JLP support capitalism. So you must understand where I'm going with this. Now, look on the history. Honey, lift up Andrew Holness. Now, what I'm going to show you how hypocritical he is. Andrew Holness speaks about the education system in a very nice way. Yes. That's how scammers are, Trick you, nice you up, sweeten you up, butter you up. Right? Yes. Snakes, oilsman, you call them. Scammers. But look at how Andrew Holness speaking about education system. You'd say, whoa, oh my God, he's very serious about education. He's all about education. Listen to him, people. Without any delay, listen to this.
Hold on. Listen to me good now. When I went to St. Catherine High School, I've always had positions of leadership in the schools. I was what they call form captain, and then so I was in 7-1, and I went into that stream. So I maintained that stream. But my wife Juliet, she was in the all girls stream, which may have been 7-9 or 7-10.
You go and ask Juliet.
Yes, I'm gonna ask Juliet.
Are you ask other people who were in that same class?
Yes. Yeah. But I had a wonderful time at St. Catherine High School.
And you eventually became the head boy.
I became the head boy and president of the student council and all kinds of
head boys always look for other positions, It's
reach. But I want to thank you for your service to education and your contribution to my own education and to the education of literally thousands of children. Because St. Catherine High School, probably still is the largest single shift school in the English-speaking Caribbean. So there are a lot of students who came. Yeah, amazing. Good to see
I
you.
taught in England for 10 years.
10
you
years,
know.
huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, man, it's just amazing. Australians, New Zealanders.
Come. The only hug I can give you to say thanks.
All right, take it away,
Blessings.
Oni.
Yes,
All right.
So when I look at the Prime Minister, who had gone through the education system and benefited, I want you to look on the hypocrisy in the people. Gone through the education system and had benefited from the education system. It is that same education system that landed him where he is, right? To go through university, right? Got his degree and venture into politics. Now, let us start Jamaica. Then you are to know that if you benefited from education, from the education system, other people want to be benefited as well. Other people want to get the opportunity of education to be benefited. You know what the education system has done for you. Why don't you allow it to do for others what it has done for you? Then why your party aimed at destroying education? Why? And why you, Andrew Holness, aimed at destroying education? You used Gavin, and you diverted the money from the Ministry of Education, right? And influenced several contracts to Gavin, shortfalling the education budget. That's what you have done. That's what you have done. Rural Reid, who advise you, who know better, that good education counts. What Rural Reid did, the very same thing, similar to what you have done. Then how Rural Reid, right, is facing the judiciary and you are not. Question. But let me show Jamaican people the truth and the history of the Jamaica Labour Party damaging education and damaging our economy as it relates to the history and the facts that we have. When we played, we are saying that would like the Jamaica Labour Party come out, right, and have this disputed. This what I'm going to present is 100% facts. Play the clip on it.
No spin, no cover-ups, just the truth. This is Jamaica in Focus, bringing you the facts, exposing the lies, because Jamaica deserves answers.
Wagwan, Jamaica. Marcus here with another episode of Jamaica in Focus. Today, we're diving into an eye-opening article from the Jamaica Observer titled, Taking Corruption to Another Level. This article exposes a troubling history of corruption within the Jamaica Labour Party spanning decades. But here's the thing. The article stops at 1990. So we did what we always do. We went deeper. And what we found was a disturbing pattern that stretches from the 1950s straight to 2025. Let's rewind the tape. In 1951, Josie Malcolm, JLP, Minister of Education, sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding constituents. 1954, L.L. Simmons, convicted under the Official Secrets Act. 1965, Arthur Burt fled the island just before facing a commission investigating school construction corruption. 1990, Jag Smith, former labor minister, jailed for stealing $70,000 from farm workers' savings. Our review shows this wasn't isolated, it's systemic. Now, fast forward to the present. In 2018, Petro Jam. Millions vanished. Former chairman Dr. Percival Bahado Singh was charged after submitting false claims. General Manager Floyd Grindley was also named in the audits over questionable contracts and spending. 2019 CMU, nearly $50 million misused. Former Education Minister Rubel Reed, his wife and daughter, along with CMU President Fritz Pinnock, were all charged with fraud and corruption. What happened to those charges? 2020, NISOL. Former engineer Lawrence Pommels was convicted after millions were paid out with no contracts in place. 2023, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, former House Speaker, charged for filing false statutory declarations. 2024, Leslie Campbell, ex-MP, found guilty for failing to comply with the Integrity Commission's disclosure request. 2023, the Integrity Commission flagged potential conflicts of interest involving the Prime Minister. No charges laid yet, but laws were clearly bypassed. Our review shows the Commission couldn't certify his declarations from 2019 to 2022, citing undeclared accounts and shady company links. They referred the case to the FID and TAJ, but instead of cooperating, the Prime Minister launched a judicial review. He tried to strike down Section 14, subsection 5 of the Corruption Prevention Act, the very clause that deals with illicit enrichment. He argued it unfairly shifts the burden of proof to him, but the court said no. They refused to compel the Commission to certify him, though they allowed him to challenge the findings. And now he's heading into another election, with his declaration still uncertified. Different faces, same party, same script. From Joe Malcolm to NISOL, from 1951 to now, the pattern is clear. Corruption thrives when leaders feel untouchable, and the people stay silent. So, Jamaica, what now? We've shown you the receipts across 7 decades. We've asked the hard questions. Where's the justice? Where's the accountability? They've tried to dodge the courts, the press, and sometimes even the truth. But the one thing they can't dodge is you. Every dollar stolen is a clinic not built, a child left behind, a road never repaired. Just look at Cornwall Regional Hospital. The government started renovations back in 2016 to fix toxic air and ventilation issues. It was supposed to cost $2 billion. Today, it's ballooned to over $21 billion, and the hospital still isn't fully reopened. That's nearly a decade of patients diverted, services delayed, lives affected. This isn't just mismanagement. It's a breakdown of trust. And the people are the ones who pay the price. If you're tired of this cycle, then let your vote speak louder than your silence. Vote them out the next general elections. Drop a comment below.
All right. Take that away, honey. So, Jamaica, when we present the bill and the receipts, when Andrew Holness is coming out and speak that we are giving misinformation and disinformation, what he need to challenge are those facts that we presented. He can't challenge them. And so then Andrew Holness hide behind his platform speaking, hide behind a mic speaking, is not going to cut it. What we presented is 100% facts. And so then when you see that, it is the Jamaican public has to say, is this the Prime Minister you want? That is not going to provide you checks and balance, not going to provide you accountability, and keep on robbing taxpayers' money. And so then social programs and certain things you are not going to get. Your health care is going to be totally ravished. Education down. You see what is happening. You see all the patterns. And he's now saying, thank God for Hurricane Melissa. I can now hide some of that into Hurricane Melissa. Jamaica, it is time for you to wake up based on the evidence that we present, that he cannot distribute. And I bring in Melting Pot. Mr. Pot.
Well, this does show a continuation of 75 years with a robin by the Jamaica Labour Party. from education into petrojam and all those things. You understand? Because the party that just pride itself on stealing from the taxpayers. And, you know, one of the sectors that they hurt most is the education. Because they don't want Jamaican to have any form of high educational standard. You know. Challenge them. They like a play field when their opponents are weak in understanding and where knowledge is concerned. Where they can just lie and get away with it. But thank God, social media and a channel like Mystic Sensation and regular dub scene man of the wilderness, them can't get away with that. We fact check them. We fact check them in a way that Andrew Wallace now hide, running scared from Mystic Sensation, Belting Pot and man of the wilderness. Him can't face me. We are the Titan. We hold them accountable. You understand? And what is so, you know, good about the Titan, we are a 3-dimension. You understand? Oh, I'm going to get away. Can't get away. But the facts are there for everyone to see. One party build Jamaica and one tear down Jamaica. I've been saying it from I'm being on this program. Yeah, and you know, it's not hard to get away from the fact. The fact is there. The People's National Party is a working party for Jamaica and Jamaican. The People's National Party is the party that cares for the black and the poor. The People's National Party is the party that pride itself and develop its nation educational standard. And so under the People's National Party, Jamaica dominate spelling bee competition and Jamaica have high marks in terms of students gaining high marks within the CARICOM Examination Council exam, CXE. You understand? So we have achieved a lot under the People's National Party, and we have achieved nothing apart from corruption and criminality under the Jamaica Labour Party. I tell people, even the athletes, them prove it. When Mama P was Minister of Sport, Jamaica dominated the entire world in track and field. For more than 3 Olympic cycles, that show you a 12-year span, dominate, total dominance. Look what is happening now. The only time Jamaica went to the World Cup of football is under the PMP administration, 1998. Have we gone back then? No. And look what happened, the amount of money that Jamaica garnered from just being a participant in the World Cup. But what was more significant, we won game at the World Cup beating Japan, yeah, and I think we draw with another country, yeah, but we end up, doing fairly well, even though exiting the first round, and they get a lot of money for that, but they did not invest it, they steal the money. They steal the money because when the time break down, you know, just look at who took over during that period of time. Yeah, so we could never qualify again because the money that was there to qualify the team into the World Cup in the next cycle, they stole it. They stole it. And so Jamaica people now must wise up to the reality of which party is good for the country. You don't hear People's National Party representative being under investigation for theft. No. You understand? You don't see them going out doing other business alongside the political framework where them have to carry out for the people. Not like these criminals who are doing construction, who are having rice importation license, who have green produce importation license, who are steal money through medical supplies where them are bring coming out of the country. Yeah, getting away with tax exemption and selling on the thing to them friends. You don't see this type of thing. You don't see a minister wanting to bring in over 100 whole bus. Because them they don't belong to nobody else but the vast. Have water truck as well. When you look on the Prime Minister, I have nearly 300 truck between him and his wife. Completely overall the backside industry. Take it away from the little small contractor haulage. Yeah. So, and what they do? They give her the backside levy just for that. I tell people it's a mafia government we have operating in Jamaica. It's not a real government. We have a mafia government who has found himself now working alongside the cartel, the drug enforcement cartel, them down in Mexico and Colombia. I'm telling people, no two ways about it. That's why I start to them about Mexico, the briefcase of US dollar. That's why I see them do business with the Mexican them. Remember the Mexican them one part of the airport, you know, man. I remember them have several resorts, you know, hotel, you know. Yeah. Because who the government that deal with them, a drugs baron with them nasty dirty money, a wash out in a Jamaica, and politicians are benefit from over the greenhouse. Police are benefit because them belongs to the greenhouse. You understand? And so Jamaica has find itself now in a bind where Jamaica has now become spotlight in the region for drugs trafficking. Having one of the largest transshipment points. When did Jamaica become a player in this type of activities? Only under the Jamaica Labour Party. Only under the Jamaica Labour Party. The band them give it the two big international airports, you know, and start concentrate on airstrip. I want to lie to the people and say international airport and build over Bascobel. That is a airstrip. But its main purpose is to traffic cocaine in and out of Jamaica. Not to do any form of, you know, interstate trading and passenger, you know, departure and all these things. No. It's about cocaine, drugs. Because they look at it like this, you know. One shipment can give them so much. But does that shipment that give them so much benefit Jamaica? No. It goes straight into their pocket. And Jamaica would want to benefit from them type of money there either. But just drawing the comparison, it's not doing nothing to Jamaica. But it's Jamaican taxpayers' money bill, the man them here stealing. Hey, the man are clever, you know. Them man are take the Jamaican taxpayers' money and build them one airstrip to carry them drugs, people. And give away the international airport to themselves, them same friend over Mexico and another conglomerate in the region. Yeah. So we have to look on them as criminal. No two ways about it. Because when I listen to garbage tourism minister, you know, Lollipop Jar, come out and a wax lyric about how much visitor come at Jamaica, over 5 million. Then if you have 5 million that come at Jamaica, alright, when you done this with the airline, then keep the airport now and get the tax. No, them give it that too. So we don't be listening to garbage come out, come tell we nothing about the country. But anytime them come out and speak about the country, lie. When them should have come out and speak about themselves and the amount of money them are make, not Jamaica make it. It's not benefiting the economy, it's benefiting them. Because if I know I have a product that bring over 5 million visitors, that is more than Jamaican population. Then why would I give away the destination point where I'm going to get tax from those 5 million people? Why I give that to this consortium? I wouldn't do that. Them giving the love burden of people. Because them put the love bird under scrutiny. With them whole heap of drugs where them are put on the plane them. And when it was revealed, them ground the plane on the tarmac. And it's like the money where here Jamaica make to God them country there. Them take it by grounding them on the tarmac. I have to pay for the time where the plane spent on the tarmac. But it was done because of aviation security. They had to check the plane with snipper dog and all these things. They had to check the process of luggage. And one of the things with them do, when the plane land, because it come from the altitude above and it come and ground surface, them know what they do up that time. You wonder why I want, because they make the body temperature now becomes normalized to what's on the ground. Them want to see who start sweat, who start having bad feeling because Jamaican people take themselves and turn mule, drug mule, with these dons. Yeah? Some of them lost them life. So that was one way of finding out who was carrying drugs. They make sure know them staggered the time when you come off of the plane. Keeping them clustered up amongst each other. Now absorbing ground temperature and start to sweat. But it come at a high price. Because Jamaica have to pay for the time when the lovebird sit on the tarmac. So it's like you're making $10, you're giving away 8. You come back home with 2. The 2 can put back the aviation fuel and pay the staff. So the airline now was plunging into a crisis. And them friend IMF tell them, say, well, give that away, man. You know, because it belongs to Jamaica. IMF the one, Jamaica have nothing, you know. Yeah, because IMF is against Jamaica. Whoever think that IMF and CIA them is in favor of Jamaica. No, you're crazy. Then let me make you as my customer. Yeah. Move away from my corner shop. Or my shop make money. So them no want Jamaica get wealthy because you go stop borrow from them. So if them see you have a prime asset, them go mash up that and take it away. And at that I reach Jamaica. Until Jamaica becomes a nationalized country where we start to gain back all the things them that we had. Yeah. And we start to run them off our own initiative. Whenever we are doing like shares, we sell them to Jamaica. We must sell the share them first to Jamaicans. Or you empower your people if you sell the shares them to foreign all the time. Eh? Remember there was a consortium of Jamaican working at the time with Air Jamaica who wanted to buy the airline. You know? One pilot lost his life because he was so in love with the lovebird. The lovebird have an impeccable aviation record. Impeccable. Them give it that. Them sell it out. Them never consider the Jamaican them who want to buy out the airline. Here, Trinidad end up with it. Yeah? Because Trinidad and Jamaica shape them political landscape around CIA. You know? So it's moving it from one country to the next country. You understand? These are the things that we talk about. And these are the things that Jamaican must highlight as well. Whenever political time come around, look for the party that will give you the incentive to own a piece of the rock. It's only the People's National Party will give an incentive to ordinary Jamaican to own a piece of the rock. The Jamaica Labour Party, which is a capital party, CIA party, a capitalist party, they won't want you to own nothing. They want you to be their slaves. Just look at what Delano Seawright did when he went down to that river. White River it was, and they mash up the man, them bamboo raft. Mash it up. Go down there with all things where you can lift up your raft. Take it out of the water, mash it up. But at the same time, they require the people for license. The license, you know. And them cite all various allegations about molestation and harassment and all these things. They have to rape them, bring into it while they mash up the people them raft. Not never go so, people. Not never go so. That's why I hate that big mouth piece of shit. Yeah? That's why I hate that big mouth piece of shit Delano Seawright, you know. Because remember, to put a raft on the water plate float, you have to have the skill. And plus to make people can sit on it and enjoy and it float along the river. You have to have skill to make a raft. You have to go far, go get your bamboo, and a certain type of bamboo can make the raft. Yeah? So the man them put in the work, and it was a part of the tourist attraction. But it was for the small men. That's how the small people benefit from the tourist line, by having the raft them along the riverside. So just to show you them don't even want the little ordinary Jamaican them get a piece of the tourist dollar, them go mash it up. People now have to wise up to where I'm going in a Jamaica, man. But melting pot now go stop come preach it to me, I always have to come. Byron now stop preach it and teach it. I always have to come. Man of the wilderness same way. Ratigan same way. Yeah? We have to come and educate the people what's happening around them on a daily basis. Because it's no good you jump a jive, you look at handout package and a few $1,000, Remember them now see back till 6 or 7 months time. Or maybe a year time. So you might get it 1 or 2 times a year. And you don't get the same value. Because them have the bun time where them give a bun. That's all them give. And then you have the time where they come here look at handout goodies bag. And then them wait till when time politics come, then them height up they give away by putting money in Ganzi and all type of thing, man driving around, recklessly trying to find people to buy them out. Country can't run so. That show says a mafia country. And that also showing that them don't fear, them can't enter into an election and have, level playing field with their opponent. They will use all the mechanism to find ways and means to become the victor. And what it contrived to? Stealing the election. Them do it. Them put machinery in 7 constituency. And they won all of the 7 of them. James Robert against Hubert William was one such constituency. St. Thomas Western. Hubert William beat him square and square. Fair and square, Hubert William beat him. But Andrew have to thief it for him. Andrew thief Rhoda Crawford seat. Him thief him one. Him thief Agentai one. Him thief Size 14 one. Him thief all of them election there. All of them seat there. Because that's at the core of the criminality in the party. Them name where you call out at the core. Him can't make one of them lose. If one of them lose, the ship and balance. It's not steady. So you have to make sure you know say Dushi and Shabadia come in and play the role there. You notice during the election time this guy get prominent. Yeah man. Him get prominent and make sure the first now with history we see Inc. I leave the EOJ office and come on the street the night before election. Unbelievable. So I tell you, say Andrew have a lot to me that protect, because Andrew Wallace is a criminal. Andrew Wallace knows he was under the spotlight. He was edging closer to the prison door. Because if your leader can't certify from 1998, it's unbelievable. Because Andrew can't tell me he never been certified from 1998, Because I never put the 47 million when him come in politics in the IC submission. That never go in there. The taxi them never in it. A lot of things never in it. So Andrew cannot be certified from 1998. And it's a dark cloud hanging over Andrew Wallace right now. And all the Illuminati think the way I deal with can't help him. Because remember, when the people are crying out for justice, crying out for peace, there will never be any peace until God come at the conference table. And right now, Almighty intervene in a Jamaica politics right now. We can't tell people that. This is where the Lord work. And I work with magic and mysteriousness. Andrew them a ball, Andrew them a ball. Andrew empire fall with the Trump empire. Because the two of them build along the same line. Human trafficking, pedophile with young underage. People might think a joke, a true. They have a party, do a lot of that. If you want to know, check Argentine. Yeah? Check Argentine. Check Dan Webby, them and all them man, Dan Queer, them, the whole of them. Them name call against underage. Guamintan, the whole of them. And check how much our kids them gone missing. But we don't know where them end up. So you know, human trafficking are going in Jamaica. And you know, underage sex prevalent in Jamaica, all in the church. All in the church, it's rampant. In the police post, rampant. Businessman, them rampant with it. Politician, rampant with it from over the greenhouse. So you know, say, God have to come and intervene right now. Yeah? And that's when this Bureau and them administration, the whole of them are going to drown. And I yield back the floor to you, Sir Lord Byron.
All right. Thank you for that, melting pot. Now, Jamaica, Cuban official has responded as it relates to Andrew Holness administration terminated the 50 years contractual agreement between Jamaica and the nurses. So this is what I want to speak about Jamaica. Don't pay attention to what Andrew Holness administration is spinning out there and talking about certain disagreement and so forth and so forth. They are under pressure from the United States. And this is how serious it is, right? Because of the level of corruption that Andrew Holness have done, United States have him, right? They know of the $700,000 that he had put into the Citibank. They know about the $470 million running through NCB. They know. They have that on him. They know about the drugs. They know about the whole C-tax situation. They know they have it on him. But listen to what the Cubans are saying. Listen to what the Cubans are saying. Because the Cubans responded. So all the spin that they are in Jamaica spinning, you understand? This what the Cuba responded to is now telling you, you understand, what is Andrew Holness administration. Very wicked. Corinne, here it is. This is official Cuba website. Represent, we can't even speak in Spanish. Spanish. I don't understand none of that. Okay, so diplomatic representative of Cuba. My wife knows Spanish. Now, Cuba regrets the decision of the government of Jamaica to seize medical corporation yielding to pressure from the US. So, Andrew Holness, your demons them can come out and try to spin it. Because from last week when I run out, me tell the entire world that you're a hypocrite, Me tell them on my platform, say you're a hypocrite. And yet you have some people who try to defend you, talk about nothing what the Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister did not speak wrong. The Prime Minister is a big hypocrite. Big old dirty hypocrite. Now look at this. Statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba reports that on March 4th, the Foreign Ministry of Jamaica communicated to our embassy in that country the unilateral decision of its government. See it? So there's no consultation with them. See there? The embassy, right? See it here, I'm reading it over. Right? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba reports that on March 4th, the Foreign Ministry of Jamaica communicated to our embassy in that country the unilateral decision of its government to terminate, mighty goodness, to terminate the health cooperation agreement that has linked both nations for decades. Hey, listen to me. That's why I say corruption appear. That is the reason why Jamaica say corruption appear. Right? Them couldn't do Mia Mottley this. They couldn't. With this action, the government of Jamaica yields to the pressure of the government of the United States, which is not concerned about the health needs of the Caribbean brothers. Think about that in terms of what Cuba is saying. If United States, Jamaica, if you understand what I'm going on when we talk about crony capitalism, you know, what is going on is modernized colonization, you know. It is nothing different. You understand? As it relates to the slave triangle, the only thing different are those physical slaves that were taken against their will. It is the same plundering that is going on right now. And to the fact that Cuba signed the BRICS, this is why Cuba is facing all of this pressure. And to show you that the United States is only a bully. Because why pressure Cuba to sign the BRICS? And yet you cannot challenge Cuba. And yet you cannot challenge China. This is how hypocritical the US is. Because you are pressuring Caribbean countries, right? Because the Caribbean countries are doing business with China and all of that. And at the same time, you are doing business with China. USA, you are doing business with China. As a matter of fact, you owe China the most money than anyone else. You owe China, as we speak, trillions of dollars. So why punish the Caribbean? It is the Monroe Doctrine that Donald Trump wants to execute. See it here, people. So the Cuban officials coming out and talk. So Andrew Holness can't sprint this again, you know. There is no spinning you can do again. Remember, you can't fool the Titans. You can't fool a melting pot. You can't fool a mystic sensation. And you can't fool Alonso. You can't grow on the Titans. Because remember, I told you and I told the nation from last week that you're a hypocrite. And watch here. Less than 1 week, you prove that I was 100% correct. You bow, man. You bow under the pressure. And you have to bow. So this must show you that corruption doesn't pay. Look how they're embarrassing now. Look how you're being embarrassed. You come out and speak. Right? Come out and speak. Talk about rare blah blah blah. When you know, so you should have shut your mouth. Because they don't have your ticket. This is embarrassing as a result of your level of criminality. Jamaica being suffer. Look at our healthcare. Look at the shortage of our nurses. You're barely operating 30 or 40%. And now you dismiss the Cuban. And you can't place them. And the United States are exposed you because there it is. There it is. So you put the healthcare now under more pressure. And what you do now? Come out and spin. And I ask Jamaican, this is how you're out of order. This is how you're bright and out of order. They ask we in the diaspora. Now my wife has done nursing for how many years? On about more than 30 years? 30 years last year, October. Last year, October, my wife, 30 years. My wife spent 30 years in the healthcare. And you ask my wife, My wife said she spent 16 in Jamaica, and you ask my wife to leave everything what she had do and come to Jamaica. If you don't make you look bad, after you, look here, remember me talk about the things a minute. After you damage the healthcare, you and Christopher Tufton, after you take what you want to take and damage healthcare, you know they ask us in the diaspora, you see on the level of wickedness, I want to do. You don't see the level of wickedness, what I want to do. I want to run out since night. Right? And attack say, you and Cuba, right? Certain agreement. This show is a lie.
Because it says unilateral.
See here, this says it's a lie. Because the Cuban said you acted unilateral. See here, let me read it over. Let me read it over to you, liar Andrew Holness. You and what's your name? Kamina Johnson. Liar Andrew Holness and Kamina Johnson. Right? And Christopher Tufton try to spin it to they try to make it look good to See it? See it here? See the Cuban Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs come out and speak the truth. See it here? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba reports that on March 4th, the Foreign Ministry of Jamaica communicated to our embassy in that country, right, the unilateral decision of its government to terminate the El Corporation agreement that has linked both nations for decades. I want to come out and make it look like, say, you lie and wicked, let me tell you, you wicked enough. In spite of all the suffrage what the Jamaican people are suffering. But I don't want them now. I don't want them lay down and dead. And then your administration and United States can take away the land. We don't want them to dead. We don't want them to go into the boat. We don't want them to go into the mag. We don't want to clean them up. What do you want to do? I clean them, want to clean up them. We don't wipe out the middle class, wipe out the poor. Right now, Jamaica don't know if they have their sovereignty. Right now. I heard Dr. Dawes ask them, in the committee meeting, if they were under pressure by the United States. And they say, no, it's no pressure, no pressure. And what you know, see, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cuba reports that on March 4th, the Foreign Ministry of Jamaica communicated to our embassy in that country, right, the unilateral decision of its government. Look at the operative word. Unilateral. They did not have any form of dialogue with the Cubans before they do this. Wicked. And then they come out and attack. The Cuban has, done well, and we follow all the rules, and we follow all the guidelines, and so forth and so forth. But me say, this is going to look here. You see, some Jamaican was vote for Uno. Look here. Me say, believe you me, if I did have the power to make all of the PNP comrade them leave Jamaica, all of the PNP comrade save from the destruction that is coming, trust me, I would have done it. Me say, who vote for him, Me say, feel it, man. Me say, who vote for him, feel it, Not one, Hey, that's why, let me tell you something. I see my wife single-handedly carry out a program. And my wife facilitated the program in terms of helping person in Jamaica. And when I look as it relates to particular person, I said to my wife in terms of the decision making. So I make them know say me do it. I said to my wife, you make sure, say, right, as it relates to who we can help, make sure, say, you help one of our comrade brothers and sisters who die in need of that. Coming from our perspective. And my wife will give you an update on that soon, where that is concerned, because the person will
Thing is still in progress.
person will come out and show the videos or show the photos and everything in progress. I said to my wife, you make sure. And as a matter of fact, I pick the person. So this is the person we are support. This is the person. Me make sure. So when it come out, nobody know about my wife. Me I tell them say I'm me. Mystic Sensation make that decision there. Our comrade brothers and sisters. Who vote for this? Who JP Labour Right who vote for this? The Cuban would help it because the party corrupt, the leader corrupt, him involved in a corruption. United States have him as it relates to over $700 US, $700,000 US in a city bank. Where did he get it from? Where did he get it from? And I tell lie about a mistake, a Jamaican dollar. Where did he get it from? And the United States and Trump have that on him. So when I send down Marco Rubio and say, talk to him. And if him come out of line, put him back in the line. It's the same jump in the line, it's the same jump back in the line fast though. With this action, the government of Jamaica yields to the pressure of the government of the United States, which is not concerned about the health needs of the Caribbean brothers and sisters. Remember putting that. Cuba deeply regrets that in this way, a history of fruitful and sustained collaboration is disregarded. You know what Cuba said? You know what Cuba said? Cuba deeply regrets that in this way, a history of fruitful and sustained collaboration is disregarded. You know, look what Andrew Holness and Christopher Tufton damage our healthcare, man. Mash up our healthcare. Exposing our people to suffer. This is what you are doing. One that has brought countless benefits to the Jamaican people. Oh my God. Who are now deprived of receiving the basic and specialized health service that Cuban collaborators provided. Sister Cuba, we thank you, we love you. But Cuba, it is not the fault of the Jamaican people. It's the corrupted government. So forgive us. Forgive us, Sister Cuba, forgive us. In response to the step taken by the government of Jamaica, the government of Cuba has made the sovereign decision to proceed with the return of the Cuban Medical Brigade. Oh my God. Even when they are running them out. Even when, right now I feel like crying. Even when they are running them out, Cuba said, no, we want to even give you the Cuban Medical Brigade. Oh my God, man. Me feel a one. Me not lie to people. Me say me feel a one. Trust me, people. Me feel a one. Me can't, yo, let me tell you something. Me feel a one. Look at the man. In response to the step taken by the government of Jamaica, the government of Cuba has made a sovereign decision, the decision that is right, to proceed with the return of the Cuban Medical Brigade. These health professionals leave behind an indelible mark and return to Cuba with the satisfaction of a duty fulfilled and the permanent willingness to assist wherever their spirit of solidarity is required. Andrew Holness, what make you do this, man? What make you do this, Andrew? Cuba's work in Jamaica is an eloquent example of genuine cooperation. In the last 30 years alone, more than 4,700 Cuban collaborators have provided medical assistance on the Caribbean island. Why did you do this, Andrew Holness? Currently, the brigade was composed of 277 professionals whose work has had a tangible and profound impact on strengthening the Jamaican healthcare system. Oh my God. So United States, let me talk to you. So if you're dead down here, so Donald Trump, if you're dead down here, Marco Rubio, if you're dead down here, because the vengeance where you have for Cuba, so everybody will suffer because of your vengeance. So when the United States big baby ball in a nappy and want him infamil. If you get him infamil by any means necessary. When the big baby ball in a nappy and come out with him finger in his mouth and a ball. If you get him infamil. And so then people will suffer if you get him infamil. Mighty God. Now, the historic result of this collaboration speaks for themselves. More than 8,176,000 patients treated, 74,302 surgical procedures performed. Look for it, people. Look for it. 74,302 surgical procedures performed. 7,170 births attended. More than 90,000 lives saving. Likewise, through Operation Miracle Program, present in Jamaica since 2010, the slight of nearly 25,000 Jamaicans has been restored or improving. Cuban cooperation has also been decisive in projects for the control and prevention of disease such as malaria and in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. So you move all of them things that we suffer now, now we are dead enough people. On a better turn up with the body bags, The old people, the diabetes people, the people, oh my God, the people with the serious ailment, and now they're dead enough. On a standby. Someone who vote for him on a standby. The most recent example of this dedication was seen after the passage of Hurricane Melissa, which severely affected the island. In those difficult circumstances, the Cuban Medical Brigade remained firmly at their post. Many of its members working for more than 72 consecutive hours. My God. Now I tell you, see that? Corruption up here. Corruption up here. Because now in the high level of corruption when administration in, you understand? Allow now United States to box him in one corner, when can't come out, Because of corruption, United States boxing like corner now. See the Jamaica, and that will not defend. But not defend criminal. See the boxing and corner and can't come out, can't escape US. How much of our sovereignty are you selling out, Andrew Holness? 72 consecutive hours and actively joining the task of recovering hospitals and communities. Faithful to the historic relations of brotherhood and solidarity that unite us with Jamaica. Cuba reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the Jamaican people, who will always be able to count on the selfless cooperation of Cuba. Mighty goodness. What a wickedness. What a wickedness. No. This. No, sir. Oh, then take away this. No. Me can't fathom this, sir. Me have to make this pass through my head. And the man come out Jamaica. And I PR it. Right now, my time not going to make melting pot take him on. Melting pot come in. What a wickedness.
Boy, may I tell you, the man wicked more than lucky wicked. You understand? because over the years, the statistic shows that how much Cuba has, given to Jamaica in the medical fraternity. And this report is a report coming out of Havana 6th of March 2026. And it shows that Cuba attending to over 8,176,000 patients, 74,302 surgical procedure, 7,170 birth them attended to. Them save more than 90,000 of the Jamaican people. So if that's not a service, I don't know what a service is.
Exactly.
But Cuba show you the difference in terms of government and how government supposed to function. Because even though Andrew dissed the Cuban them because they have to carry out the underprivileged demand, the Trump, the Rubio come get him and tough down. Yeah. The Cubans still no one no grudge, them willing come back and utilize their medical skills in Jamaica as a part of a service to the
Yes, to this person, yes.
You understand? Because at the
Yeah,
end of
not
the
right,
day,
sir. No, not even
Cuba know
they couldn't come to service.
that they are a powerhouse in Caribbean region when it comes to turning out highly skilled, highly trained medical personnel. In the same United States, benefit immensely in the pandemic, even though at one point in time, them are going like them a stand up like, but you see, when dogs shame is a hell of a thing, because them know them angle Cuba and them bad, and them do them wrong. But it was a world pandemic, and I sure know a lot of people is still alive in the United States because of the Cuban medical intervention in propping up the demand for that service in the pandemic. So I could never believe that Cuba being Jamaica's closest neighbor, that Jamaica would have looked at Cuba and despised the Cuban medical personnel because of a lousy request by Donald Trump administration. And we know that lousy request was just to continue to, destroy Cuba. Because the embargo upon Cuba from John F. Kennedy time, And I mean, knowing Donald Trump very well, he would not have missed a beat of being a participant in the embargo. He want to play a film role as it relates to his tenure as President of America. Every one of them come and continue the trade embargo. They want to suffer the Cubans. You understand? But there will come a time when the Cubans will suffer no more at Iran's. You understand? Because the world is evolving, on a day-to-day basis. Through the advent of social media, you understand? People have been, taught the things that they have never been told. And so people are getting wise right around the world. So it's only a matter of time before this capitalism supremacist regime them fall and crumble. You understand? But I want to hear what Andrew Holness' response is in all of this. We haven't heard a response from him. As yet, we haven't heard a response from Tough Tongue. As yet, God, this is the 6th of March. So we are waiting for that with bated breath. Now, Jamaican people, we have to understand when a country is due its rights and its respect, it must be given. And even if you are a Jamaica Labour Party supporter, I expected you as a supporter of the Labour Party to come out and tell Andrew Holness and Tough Tongue say them wrong. Because remember, United States can't save the life them in a Jamaica, you know. Them now no medical personnel, for them medical personnel now come to Jamaica come work for peanut. Them now come work in a dilapidated environment. But the Cuba come. So the Cuba do a lot of respect. But Andrew only supported them silent. Them not come out and say, no, it's not right, you know, because when we sit down and them people are come at our help, you know. And them we see. Yeah. Them jump jive behind everything with Andrew Wallace do, man. And that baffle me as a patriotic Jamaican, you know. When me see my fellow Jamaican, them, you know, gone here wall, as it relates to where them pay a focus on them, take them high up for the prize, and just a focus on a party and the color. And because them a party affiliated and them get things from the Labour Party, country no run so people. Your country have to run on a principle machine right across the board. Remember, I know me telling you, sir, the government, you know. Them a legislator. They are just legislator in parliament. The real government is the massive. So if you the massive as the government of Jamaica no want good for yourself, then why beg us to believe? Beg us to believe. Because Andrew can't run a country, you know. No. Andrew don't have the brain for run Jamaica. Everybody know that. Him himself know that too. Tough tongue style him on that too. Tough tongue tell us him not like bright people around him. Him cringe when him see bright people around him. Yeah? So Andrew is just a guy who deal with political science. And you know that come with a little bit of social study. And so him study the people, him study their mindset. Him know what them like. Him know what him can use to whip up a frenzy amongst them. Get them on board. That's all him do. And apart from that, he carry out him construction and him various business aspect. Him don't work a day for Jamaica. Yeah? And I know a lot of people might say, melting pot where you talk, say, Prime Minister must work. No, him no work. Him no work. The bureaucrats them work. Andrew don't work, you know. And bureaucrats them work. But Andrew no put nothing good on the table. The bureaucrats them work toward either. Because everything what Andrew do is all about mafiaism. It's about scamming. It's about nepotism. It's about cronyism. It's about how we can draw down $11.4 billion annually from NHT and last it in the central budget. And nobody know me doing it. But me know where you do it, Andrew. You're size 13 habitat below Jamaica. Below Jamaica. The amount of apartment and this and that one have. At 11.4, I do it. 11.4 people. So don't make Andrew come fool, you know. Yeah? And draw wool over on the eye and blind you know, to where I go. Want to come around and mystic sensation and regular dub sleep. And over Wilfred Rattigan, we know everything where I go. Yeah? Because remember, you know, the local media fraternity now tell you know, all them involved in everyday is passa and so, and corruption. The real thing we are going at Jamaica, them no want to touch that. If you touch that, you touch on the business. Yeah? I remember Andrew sponsor them. So them now go touch the real keynotes. Them go around that. And them look for things for deflection. Yeah? Like we are going over the People's National Party citing leadership change and rivalry and all these things. Garbage. You understand? The matters at hand, them don't focus on that. Like the Prime Minister cannot be certified from 1998. You don't hear Big Mama talk on that. Yeah. One time I see Big Mama rough up Andrew, you know. And when Andrew lose the local government election, you know. Yeah, 2 years ago. Him call him in and tell him say him party is waning. And I never know so well then a media house can call in the Prime Minister on a one-to-one basis and chastise him like that as it relates to the support when I lose. It tell you say it's not a media house. it tells you say NNN is the spoke party to the Jamaica Labour Party and the media house. Yeah, that's all them do. So the full understanding where we have to get as Jamaican is that we have to just call a spade and know so the party I need to go urgently. You understand? Put back the hands in a trusted individual who can lead the country. We can make good decisions for the people. Yeah, not like the bad decision where Andrew make him tough down against the people. Yeah, because that was the United States and Rubio. And them, you understand? The shield them of them criminal activity. Well and truly compromise, and several more within the party compromise as well. Not just Andrew alone. United States know all the high stake players in the Jamaica Labour Party. Players like James Robertson, players like Dr. Crab, they know them. Players like Pumbas, they know them. Remember them all, the briefcase of money in Mexico, Pete Exet was one of the men who pulled the string. Pull the string for Tough and get back the money. I mean, for Pumbas get back the money. People need to know that Pete Exet pull that string. Because him and Pumbas have some rapport going on. People might hear melting pot talk and think a joke business. The briefcase of money they confiscated. A plea bargain them going on and it released. That's why United States have every info on that. So, when melting pot come and hold the hot seat and at all, he's a controversial speaker because he speak in my own terms. And it may not suit the narrative of people. You understand? But when you check it out, the truth in a way me I say, the truth lies there. So Jamaican people now, we have to pull the head in, And who have them head hang out, start pull it in. Because if we don't know who have a Jamaica. I yield back the floor to you, sir, Lord Byron.
Melting. All right, melting pot. Okay, let us get into some of the exchange of conversation between Dr. Dawes, right, as it relates to the Finance Committee. Let us hear that.
Head 4234, Bellevue Hospital. We have spoken quite a bit about mental health, yes, and destigmatization. In a recent visit to Bellevue, I can assure you Bellevue is not an 800-bed facility. Some wards are unusable. They're in a deplorable state, and they cannot house patients. Patients are frequently, I'm told, turned away. But yet there's no capital budget. And this hospital is not included in any of the capital projects.
What's the question?
The question is, why doesn't Bellevue have a capital budget so it can have proper facilities, repairs, expansion, since we value mental health so much?
All right, so I do agree with you, member, that mental health is a real challenge. And the truth is, Bellevue has been doing a very good job in managing its component of that portfolio. The other aspects of it being the parish mental health teams that are across the country and hospitals and in the field. So you can't assess the mental health function by just looking at Bellevue. Having said that, Bellevue is the premier mental health institution. There is a $200 million in the budget to support technical studies, to look at the redevelopment of Bellevue. Now, where are we with that process? It's now in the final stages of the procurement process. Intention, and I believe I had spoken to it before, is to build a 100-bed acute facility, a new building.
Let me just pause it a bit and we hear from the caller, because we like when the caller engage.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Sister Anne.
Blessings.
Good night, Melting Pot. Good night, Mr. Byron.
Blessing, my sister.
Me say, Mr. Byron, Jamaica people, they're going to pay dearly
Oh, yes.
for the vote where them go get Andrew Holness. You think them see nothing yet? More to come. Much, much more to come. You see, they not understand, why they vote. They don't understand why they vote and who they're voting for. Imagine the fire burn to warn them and tell them. And look what the people have brought upon themselves. How are they going to navigate this? Now, when it come on to the health sector in Jamaica, where they're down to the dregs, and people getting sick, and no more people are going dead.
Yeah, exactly.
No more people are going dead.
Exactly.
So perhaps the little schoolboy there, where the boy licking her head with a chair, perhaps if them they have the equipment and all of that to help him, perhaps he would have lived,
Oh, yeah.
But they have not in a hospital.
Exactly.
They have no testing machines and all of those things.
If
People
you
are dying first. Well, that was a hit to the head. But you never know. Perhaps if he had got the help earlier, he could have perhaps pulled through. But people in Jamaica are dying for less than that. What did they really do to themselves? Buy out them vote. The money done. And on going to suffer so till. And must suffer. And must pay dearly for this. Say, when you look on 50 years, the Cuban doctors have been of help to Jamaica. And you sell them out like this?
Yes.
All the teachers that are going to join with them too. I understand that the teachers in Jamaica from Cuba is going to join with the doctors and leave in solidarity. And they are too. But the thing is, Mr. Baron, they are everything coming apart and they are not replacing anything. Look at the health sector, NHT, agriculture, the economy in Jamaica, education. Everything is down. Everything is absolutely done. Not one. Jamaica like it up and stop. Taxes and taxes arise. Increase taxes from them. Salary remain the same.
Sad.
When I say the 3-year-old who got shot in Denham Town, and with Desmond Mackenzie, a member of parliament for down there, so. And when me look at me see the zinc them, me say, no, sir. Please see that Jamaica still stays, sir. Please see that Jamaica still stays like a back a wall. And the people that vote them in back. And they're rich like a minute over. And all it look bad. Jamaica gone back to where Seaga they bring it to. And him train Andrew, Andrew can be worse than him. Worse than him. Ever worse. Boy, I don't know. When me look into is when Rubio visit Jamaica. Holy patak one, And it look like Rubio and Andrew have all that talk here with Cuba, Because not all that is bad in Jamaica going on ruffle Andrew Holness feather. In this a go on. So it look like all of this mistake they plan out and it might execute it as he go along day by day. And so it look to me. And then again, because he know say him in the black book, he have to succumb to USA, He have to take anything them say, Because he knows him in a good standing already. And they know everything about him. So anything to save himself, him a go concede.
Yeah.
What a piece of sellout I go on. More coming up. This is Mr. Mystic Mora come. Then me ask myself the question again when me sit down sometime by myself for reason. Me say, Andrew gone in Israel, in China they saw and him go to India. So what's going on? When I join with them? He might join up with them, you know, against Jamaica. Why would he be visiting here and there, all of them country there, and bargain trip with them? Why?
Particularly Israel. Israel that wicked to children, and you know so many things that Israel have done. As a matter of fact, he has Israel personnel here in Jamaica. You know, you didn't know that? Did you know that?
So Mr. Baron, which one of them really gonna be allied with? And that me I think. Which one of them really?
Well, he's allied to but I want to be allied, yes or no. Make United States tell him to jump on him, not jump now.
Listen, this man get himself in a one piece of something mess.
And we are telling the people that is fully compromised. From you have been following me, my sister. I have been telling and preaching to the people that this man has been compromised.
Something, man, because he mash up everything and he's not replacing anything. So something on the book to come for Jamaica. Something on the book, because all of these things that is going on, these are things that build the country, and in not do no building, in not building, not create. Jamaica not moving, it's stagnant. Something better.
All the relief here that he got. You know, see, he hold on to the relief aid, right? Not distributing them out, even now, much months after the Melissa Blow, him still lock them. You know, say man a vampire.
So me wonder for them tell himself to hold on upon it. Wait something because me say he not move towards nothing. He not doing anything at all. Everything just stands still.
Exactly.
Something coming, Mr. Byron.
Of course.
Something coming. The people buy this on themselves.
Well, they are to be blamed. They are to be blamed.
Take it. Anyway, make a watch and see what's going on, but something coming.
All right, my
something
sister.
Is coming. Andrew Holness have something up his sleeve. Before, let me say this quickly and come off. Because your program needs to go on. With Desmond McKenzie, when Dr. Dawes asked the question, and Tufton to us and move on to the next question, I want to ask them something. Jamaica belong to them, so them intend to just take Jamaica tax money, and PMP must realize, JLP must realize they are PMP and JLP tax money, and talk up. Them to talk up too.
Exactly.
So wait. No question not to ask, Mr. Byron. They must just get up and towards them like. But of course, Mackenzie for Ghana, go look about him grand pick me them. He all know him to go sit down and give young people a chance.
Come on, the amount of
people. Come jump up and wave him. Oh, what kind of something that them have within a parliament?
Them have no conscience. The amount of thieving that him done, him need to come down now. Him need to come down.
He like saying a bad man.
He can't fool him crap.
Like say some big old, I don't know what to say, make a behave myself on your program.
Him eat and fool him crap.
The soft-spoken lady the other day. Look how I'm pointing her finger. But let me tell you something, Mr. Byron. She wants her match, you know. And if some Angela Brownberg, if you hear me, if she ever come at you, just go to her same place there, so because she need to learn a lesson. She need to learn a thing or two. She can't get up and carry on like that.
Exactly.
Inside the parliament, the big bad wolf. Somebody need to shut her down. Expose her right there in a decent way. They saw it cannot work. So the opposition not to ask no question about Jamaica and what is going on. They are opposition and they're doing their job. I mean, ask no opposition no oppose, Whoever them are, Don't stop driving on them. Teach them something. Don't ease back. Ease in it. Who them think them is? Who do you like? She must remember say she used to sell in a market. Treat people right. It hurt me when Mr. People bully people, And I want to ease this up, She need to know her place, man.
Exactly.
Somebody need to shut her up. Shut her up.
All right.
Dress her down. Thank you, Mr. Barra.
Blessing, my sister. Walk good. All right.
All right.
All right. Yes, let us get back to, because we like how Dr. Alfred does, humble himself and humble them.
As part of the new Bellevue in terms of inpatient care, acute care, as well as to look at the rest of Bellevue to determine how best to move it forward. So what I'll assure you and the country is that over the next few years, the Bellevue will be transformed to representing a more modern mental health facility, as well as supporting the other elements of mental illness in the field, where, according to the 2016 Earl Wright report on mental health and homelessness, more of the mental health functions are to be conducted in communities as opposed to institutionalization. That's a new approach. And we have started that process.
As you speak about reintegration or doing mental health work in the communities, you speak about an increase in the reintegration rates, yet you have cut the occupational and reintegration budget. How can you demand more with less?
So first of all, your interpretation is incorrect. Let me try and just clarify the vision for you. The vision is to focus on treating patients within their communities through outreach, to institutionalize less. And the Bellevue operation itself had most of its patients there, more than half, who were there more as social cases. So persons whose conditions were controlled through medication or otherwise, but had nowhere to go. And as a consequence, were living at Bellevue as a social case. Part of the overall redevelopment is to separate the population, move those out or somewhere else, some sort of a halfway house, for want of a better terminology, and to minimize inpatient care by treating acute cases within a period of time and then managing those cases outside of the institutionalization.
The problem with that, Minister, is that you cannot treat them acutely if you have no beds.
I just spoke to you about the expansion.
The expansion, but what about now?
Well, people are there now, and there are always short-term efforts to improve the conditions if there needs to be. But the transformation of Bellevue is going to be a much more comprehensive project. And I can assure you, member, that during the course of this financial year, we will unveil what that transformation will look like in terms of concrete, mortar, and bed count, and where the focus will be. But again, let me emphasize, the issue is not to institutionalize, and that's the best practices globally, by the way. I'm going by the advice of the experts, and I would certainly commend the 2016 report, Mental Health and Homelessness Task Force report, which is available to give you some indication as to what we're working on and what we have been working on.
I understand the plan for greater community-based care and call it downsizing of Bellevue. That has been around from about 2007. But it's not.
I'm referring you to the more modern, recent 2016 report.
The idea has been around, but it's not working. Every now and again, we hear about somebody who assaults someone. We've heard the horror stories, chopping up someone, grabbing a policeman's gun, using a hammer, and then the community descends on them. And all of this stems from poor community management. When you have an acute psychotic break, you hardly have teams that are out there, that is underfunded. When they go to the hospitals, they're kept on the regular wards, and the staff cannot manage them. And in many instances, they are right in the emergency departments beside acutely ill patients. You have someone with a heart attack here and a psychotic patient making a lot of noise, being boisterous. The system is just not working. And whereas I commend the idea that you're looking for, the idealistic approach, we have to do something now. And there must be something in the budget, some reallocation, where you can fix up some wards or pay attention to some of the community, the parish hospitals, type B hospitals, type C hospitals, and see if we can address that psychiatric issue.
Member, first of all, I think if you want to explore the full policies and programs of mental health, you have to go way beyond what those manifested symptoms are suggesting, which are not good, and I accept that. But mental health has become a bigger problem than it has been over the last decade for a number of reasons, which I won't go into. And the ministry has been tackling the mental health challenges at all levels of the society. And I can give you information on the schools, where we have trained over 500 teachers to recognize challenges with students. The award-winning Do Your Share project, which won an award in London last week for its effectiveness on the ground, that involves the wellness bench and all the other things that go with that at the level of schools. We have actually expanded some of the mobility at the parish level. Still need to do more, so I'm not suggesting that it is perfect. And you also have to make a connection between the very infrastructure build-out that you cited earlier and the capacity to treat with, among other things, mental health cases. So the Cornwall Regional and Western Child and Adolescent will move the capacity of that location to almost 700 beds from the 400 and that or so where it was originally. That capacity will allow for better facilities and treatment. Spanish Town Hospital will add bed capacity, similarly so, and I could go on and on. So while I do agree that the cases that have represented deviant behavior and where innocent victims have been, persons have become victims, and that's something we need to deal with whenever it happens and try to prevent it. It's not to take away from the fact that a lot has been done, even though more needs to be done, and that the government is pursuing a more holistic approach from the schools, in the communities, and through the expansion of some of the infrastructure that is taking place. So I do expect to have a more effective strategy based on all of these developments, including the Bellevue's development.
Well, now, Jamaica, there you have it. And when you look at this, Jamaica, let us speak now. Let me just get rid of stop sharing this and get back here. Okay. So, Jamaica, Dr. Dawes is a full medical doctor, right? And identifying all the vulnerabilities. And all what Christopher Tufton has been doing is rolling over the PR. That is one of the reasons why, in terms of when I first came on, I showed you as it relates to, the shortage of nurses, right, in our system under Portia Simpson administration, 2012 to 2015, right, that we have a 70%, right, vacancy rate, 70% operational space, right, that we were operating in comparison to the Jamaica Labour Party, right, is now, and at that time, when we have 70% occupancy, I want people to take note. 2012 to 2015, when we have 70%, rate operation volume in our healthcare. We were operating a budget of $64 billion as it relates to healthcare. The healthcare budget, 2012 to 2015, $64 billion. Look at this now, Jamaican people, and tell me, can you fathom this? Christopher Tufton, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration, had increased the budget from $64 billion to $147 billion. And now operating at a 30% rate, operating at only 30% nurses that are operating within the system. Can you imagine? So then, the question that we all should ask, why you are operating at a higher budget space that will allow you much space, right, to deal with certain things. You would have all of that wiggle room to deal with certain things. But yet, you are more understaffed. I can't get it. $64 billion budget between 2012 to 2015 under the Portia Simpson. We have more bed space, MIR machine, scanners, you name it. And the GLP came along, critiqued the PNP administration that when they get in, you will have more affordable healthcare, better healthcare system. So let us look now on the atrocities. One of the first projects that they seek to take on because they know that it is a money pit. And that's why some call it Beryllium Hospital. You have to understand lonesome terminology, you understand? Because really and truly, it has to be beryllium because of the amount of kickback. So here they are pursuing to say that they are going to provide better health care. You understand? What are they doing? Let us look. Cornwall Regional Hospital started at $2 billion. Remember, I know, they would have done a cost analysis. They would have done a cost analysis on the project before they started. So, they get in the technocrats, get in the engineers, run a cost analysis, $2 billion for the refurbishing. Guess what? The $2 billion did not do anything. They said, okay, they run another cost analysis. They said $4 billion. The $4 billion did not do anything. Okay, let us run a cost analysis. Let know people. $9 billion. The $9 billion did not do anything. Okay, you know what? I think the protracted cost is going to be $21 billion. As we speak today, Cornwall Regional has not yet completed. So I show a comparison. I said, look how Cornwall Regional Hospital under refurbishing from 2016, and you have this place in St. James, the Pinnacle, that is a more complex project. Let us get into certain things and ask some reasonable questions. But Pinnacle has not dealing with any government procurement. So let me just push out the difference there to show you. But Pinnacle right? More technical, that you have to send several piles, right, way down below the earth surface, building them on pile. Technical project. But Pinnacle was able to be completed partially under 1 year. Jamaica, lift up your finger. 1 year. Pinnacle that is more complex. And guess what? Number 2, stay on the budget. Stay on the budget. So you did not hear from Pinnacle that, okay, originally it's 4 billion. You did not hear from Pinnacle that, okay, it moved from 4 billion to 8 billion. Okay, you did not hear from Pinnacle from 8 billion to 12 billion. And because what? No corruption takes place there. It has nothing to do with any government procurement. So you see the difference when private investors, right, are investigating and they're serious about managing their budget. They can achieve as it relates to the exemption of corruption. Look at the government projects. Look at the government projects. Where you see the government use direct contract to employ their friends, kickback, and here it is, taxpayers feeling it. Partially, we're looking on Cornwall Regional Hospital at a projected cost of now 21 billion. Let me show you why Andrew Holness and his administration is extremely corrupted. I am going to show you something now what Andrew Holness allowed a known criminal to do. I am going to give you information as it relates to how the GLP administration, knowing that this person is a criminal, and allow him to do this. Look at this, Jamaica. Look at this move with this criminal, where everyone, this man is a convicted criminal, and Andrew Holness allowing him to do this. Listen, look at this, people. Yes, look at this.
Form 80 degrees, and we're here with the prophet, who is the #1 prophet in all of Jamaica and around the world, and most of the Caribbean. And he's been a prophet for 15 years. He heals people. He makes people understand God. He and I combined each other. We're spiritually connected, spiritual brothers. We're going to build out the global gold coin and our other crypto throughout Jamaica and the world. And I'm donating $1 billion in global gold coin to the prophet, the churches, the people, the welfare, the food supply, everything. And then the prophet is directly connected to the prime minister here in Jamaica and the top minister. He works with them on a monthly basis. And so we're going to meet with the president, the ministers, and we're going to set up $1 billion crypto fund for Jamaica, for Jamaica's poor, for Jamaica's schools, and the prophet is going to administer all of Jamaica. Thank God for the prophet. Thank you very much. And let's hear from the prophet.
I really give God thanks. This is a great vision, and we have to exercise this vision in reality. Professor is here, he hears from God. He's a man of great heart, good heart, and we know for sure that he can make Jamaica a better place. We know our Prime Minister and our opposition leader. They need this type of push in Jamaica because Jamaican youth is really and I believe that Professor Roberts can take Jamaican people from poverty to great success. I am a prophet for Pragmatic International. I am a big we want to open this gold mine in Jamaica. We want to open this bank. We are negotiating right now as quickly as possible. Our African Minister, we discuss more outside now, get all the documents and all the rules and stipulations of the law to make sure we line up in order to make sure when we step up,
Take it away.
we will take over Jamaica by force and not your
Take it away. I choose not to listen, you understand, to these two garbage. Right? These two garbage. I don't know where he get the other criminal from, you know. The other scammer.
He look like he need the money more than the profit.
Right? And believe you me, talking about he's going to set up 1 billion crypto bank.
To feed the people. Like
To feed the people.
fed himself.
Right now, if a bulla, I want to kill this one past 3 mountain, nyam it, you know. No. Look who want to give $1 billion. Hey, Jamaica, we can't make up this, you know. And these are the type of things that are happening in the country as a result of Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness' friend, you know. Him and Andrew Holness campaign together, you know. Andrew Holness' friend, Andrew Holness use him as it relates to his church to influence people to vote for JLP. He is the one that said that Andrew Holness should have 50 bank accounts. Eh? People, this is sick enough. This is really sick. Now, look, Jamaica, as it relates to what Andrew Holness is doing, an associate of this criminal, he's a criminal in Jamaica. Let me show you he's a criminal. Go to the next document. Let me show you say the court found him guilty. Him is a criminal. Now, see here, Jamaica. Wanna come look, wanna come read. Now, read the Jamaica. I'm glad how you release this, you know. You know much time you search it and wanna lock it. But when you hear me talk that day, you wanna start to free them up. Now, see it here. Pastor arrested on gun and robbery charges. Wednesday, August 10, 2011. See it here. Pastor arrested on gun and robbery charges. People no come look on it, you know. The Manchester police arrested Pastor Radel thief in row. I don't know why I take out his middle name. What I take out his middle name for? Eh? The Manchester police arrested Pastor Radel thief in row. Otherwise called prophet. Otherwise called what? I must prof shit this. Otherwise called prophet. While he was preaching at a church on Ward Avenue in Mandeville on Tuesday. How can I pray I must send to God? I wish God him a pray to. Eh? Mr. Rowe was reportedly charged for illegal possession of firearm. I know we are making it up, you know. And robbery with aggravation in 2008. And see, you know, you want to come pull off our next big robbery. You want to come pull off our next big scam. But you might go open bank with 1 billion crypto coin. You understand? Why Andrew Holness to lock him up? Eh? Him sit down, we shot him dead. Him and another thieving friend. You understand? They sell the information now to say that him go open bank with 1 billion. And look at me, tell them something here. Why Andrew Holness to lock up this man? See, China. Mr. Rowe was reportedly charged for illegal possession of firearm and robbery with aggravation in 2008 and was convicted on both offenses. Andrew Holness, may I ask you a question? Why this piece of mess out on the street? Why this piece of mess out on the street? Teacher, the Court of Appeal made an order that he be arrested and taken to prison to serve his sentence. Teacher, read the Jamaica news. See that Jamaica people. And see The Court of Appeal made an order that he be arrested and taken to prison to serve his sentence, and see the Andrew Holness sentences. And see now, Andrew Holness have him out here. Take that away. Let me talk to the people. When you see the criminal people, unless it's a banana republic, this. Eh? Unless it's a banana republic, this. Patrick Bailey cannot be arrested. Radel Rowe cannot be arrested. So when people call a mystic sensation and people are licked out from the criminal justice system, I like the people that tell, I want to know if the people who call and said that they don't trust the criminal justice system, are they lying? Eh? The man found guilty. Let me answer. Oh, Sister P. Big up yourself, Sister P. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, man, big up. You know, me strong as I watch. Good night, and Marie. Me love the ear. The ear, I say everything.
Thank you.
Melting pot, big up. You know, me sit down here and he might joke and take your phone and start those type people. And when we really look at the situation, when Jamaica really find themselves back in, it's very heart-wrenching. I remember that child, 1980, when Seaga win the election, 24 hours in the Cuban and left Jamaica.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
I remember. And I also remember when we were going to school when Cuba, you get Cuban food, the milk, you couldn't throw that anyway, it didn't thick.
True.
And when we become an adult, not last year, not last year, me have my glasses where I was working at a resort and meet these Cuban people and come up on a holiday. And me and them have a good conversation where I talk. And they say, come, I'm going to send Joseph hospital and get through so quick and get the highest test of him, eye and get the prescription to go buy me glass. Right? Thanks be to God. Andrew Holness and your cabinet. Brother, you have to suffer, you know. And you know this girl mistake me if you follow the American news much. This woman where at the head of the where they call it, and she control ice.
Oh, the attack. Okay, yeah.
She control ice. You see how Trump flinging pan in face? In the item I go have one meat and a bossy pan. Eh?
Yes.
And Trump just fling him where?
Push underneath to a movie.
Was he 200 million in take and do this and do that and do that?
Yes.
I said we had Trump up fling where and do all this. When he get where he want to die, the man mash up with Venezuela, we're gonna get high. The whole Venezuela know me understand. The man go mash up Cuba. What next? Are you telling me that Trump is gonna take over Jamaica? Eh?
Yes.
To see if Abdul Frank go to prison and in cabinet, say Marcelo Jamaica. Only that left me see. I have some people at Jamaica, some big old tough back people like me still. When me and them are 1 year, some of them whole army, some of them little young guys after we live it. And before we teach the young people and tell them we are playing politics. No. When you go to the hospital, does the nurse and doctor ask if you are PMP and GLP? Eh?
Exactly.
The woman in the social media during the election and beat Mark Golding, beat PMP, beat. And a few weeks back in come here. And he sit down, the man to go to the hospital there. And suffer, he said, I have a muscle span, and come out with broken ribs. Because he sit on that chair so long. And he said, that dead. He said, that dead before he go back down there. And everything where you see in video, you put you up.
What more Jamaican want to see? See a time for we get up and get rid of Andrew Holness and his minions. Tough time then no manners, Juliet Holness no manners. The opposition of it then it's down the opposition throat. All Desmond Mackenzie with favor ghost. If you look at Desmond Mackenzie face, it look like a dead man who dead long time and take long to bury. If I go one funeral and go look for one body will take long to bury.
Yes.
I saw him look. But you want to pack criminal them in the parliament. And Jamaican people we just sit down with them, so. Me I understand say Epstein come to Jamaica 6 times. We Epstein at the do ya. And we take us 24 baby dead in 24 days. All them sitting there. But then them people picnic for ritual. And who no Ghana and India gone in a Ganji, River Ganji with Nas in the scene. Come on, and then the church people, then the wickedest part in a mistake. The church people them side with them, not all, But the majority of them, Jamaica need a ethnic cleansing, a spiritual cleansing. You can't wait when you met another superpower come tell you to put your people in. I think we're not a nurse for yourself. You're not a doctor.
Exactly.
Where you have, and then we have Cuban with their 50 years. And you just turn your back on them, so what for? What for? Almighty God, me don't know what to do, boy. Me confused. And when I police, then they can kill people. You go to hospital, you're dead. Them a talk about picnic, you can't find to go to school. Then not nothing for their parents, not nothing to give them. So they go to school Monday and Tuesday, then they can't go back Wednesday. And that's the reality. That is the reality.
Exactly.
Them a talk about them up fine and pick the in a school and yes, pick the in a school. But do you know the circumstances why they're in a school? And then you have some school teacher and principal behave like a school for them. Nobody not come to pick me again. Every little thing, then there's already been lock out pick me. One time you have pick me down school in a problem. You have a dinner discipline, you have teacher, we have counseling, police come to school, come keep a session during devotion time, teach you about God and tell you with dead and the law and talks to you. Then we sitting there cut out. You know what? We not no football, we not no them not no play no football, we not play nothing. So we no expect. What do I expect?
Exactly.
This too much, man. It's too much. How long we are going to sit down with this till everybody dead and the land just left bearing?
Now tell us
everybody are going to sit down, so? And the worst part of it again, Andrew Holness never win the election. So all of us then vote for. 99% of the people have never voted for Andrew Holness. When if you look, use no sense. A 14-member parliament with them, we have 28.
Yeah.
That means that the people come out come vote. And because they thief, why they in there? And
that's true.
Winning.
That's true. You're
perfect.
You're perfectly right.
People
that's true.
pay them money from foreign, fly down, come vote when they work hard for. And thief, then thief. Yes, we have a few Benedict. But that thief, then thief. Sure.
100% right, sister.
Class, man. This thing I want. If me 20 years younger, me are telling everybody, if me just 20 years younger, 10 years younger, me make history at Jamaica. I mean, no me I go dead, but me I go dead for a cause. Oh.
All right.
Too much, man.
Bless the perceive, sister. Well, good, my sister. So, of course, my melting pot, we don't want to call up the GPMG too much, GPMG, come talk to me now about them two criminal there. You understand where they display about 100 billion, about 1 billion, what? 1 billion, 1 billion Bitcoin. It look like right now if a bulla pass him out. What on the second there? Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation.
Yes.
Yes, my sister. Yes.
What do you know about mental health?
Exactly.
You know about mental health. It's not just mental health. You have to have classes for all the staff to protect themselves in case of a crisis. You have to have a team, a crisis team set aside in case of an escalation.
That is true.
You have to have someone to talk to them to de-escalate the situation at hand in the hospital. What the hell does he think? You just fill the hospital and put people in there to work so that they can put more harm to the staff than anything else. What is wrong with this man?
It's crazy, sister. It's crazy. Everything that you said, you're 100% correct.
I worked, remember I told you earlier,
Yes.
I worked 3 years in mental health. I work in geriatric psych and I work in behavioral. That's
Yes.
2 different units.
Yes.
The younger ones stay downstairs. Anyone under 18 cannot go on the adult ward.
Mm-hmm.
We have to take care of them in the emergency room and give them protection.
Yes.
Because if you put them with the other ones, anything can happen. They can get raped or something.
Oh, yes.
So we have to protect the minors under 16. They can't go on the unit.
Yeah.
What the hell does he know about mental health? Is this man crazy?
Pure PR. Pure PR, my sister.
He is mentally disturbed because he don't know the levels that you have to go through. I travel for work, and when I go to Virginia to work in a mental institution with these people who are in the incarceration and they get released to this hospital. Okay? When I work with the elderly, I have to watch my back. When I go over there in the other section with the younger ones, I keep my back to the wall because I have to see whoever is around me.
Oh, yes.
I don't trust anybody. You understand? What does he know? And we have to do 15-minute walk, check everybody, make sure we know where every one of them is located. You understand? So we take turns. What does he know about setting up a mental institution? What does he know about that?
You want to talk
I
about?
don't know what's the hospital he's gonna build a hospital. Oh my God.
It's crazy.
I don't know what is wrong with this man. He doesn't even know. Does he ever come to the United States to a mental institution to do a walkthrough to see what goes on?
The corrupted prime minister allow him to do what he's doing and get away with it. That's why he's continued to do what he's doing. His PR, his lies, his deceptions, his ignorance too.
What he's telling Dr. Dawes is bullshit. Excuse my language. What he's telling Dr. Dawes is crap.
Exactly.
My son cannot think so. I come to the United States and I used to take care of my grandaunt in Jamaica for free. When I came here, I realized that you can get paid to do the same thing. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't graduate high school in Jamaica, but I did here. I scored high enough to get a high school diploma. You understand?
Yes.
All my skills that I work with Boeing. I do inventory. I have so many different skills, but I always keep my medical intact in case I have to If one go out of business, I can jump on the other one.
Yes.
You understand? Sometimes I only get 4 hours sleep and I'm on the road all day working, different jobs. What the hell does he know about working in mental health? He hasn't got a clue. He hasn't got a clue how to set that up. You gotta get someone with experience. Plus we have the psych doctors. We have mental health workers. And we have another team that have to go to school to talk to the mental health 101.
Mm-hmm.
See where their head is at. We have to do constant talking.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes. All right. All right, sister. I'm going to give you another minute to finish because we have the program to proceed. Right. So take another minute and finish up.
Dr. Dawes,
Yes.
I'm sure they have mental health technicians, they have technicians, and you have the CNAs that do the one-to-one.
Yes.
We have to monitor everybody.
All right.
You have to make sure until it's safe from suicide.
Yes.
We cannot restrain them without the doctor's orders. Here, it's illegal. And if they do get a doctor's order, we have to check the restraint every 2 hours.
All right.
To make sure that there's circulation. We don't do things the way he wants. I don't know what kind of chop shop he's setting up, but you need to be careful.
Oh,
because
yes.
he's setting up himself for a lawsuit.
All right. All right. All right, my sister. I'm going to have to run left now because I have to make melting pot. So thank you for the call. I really appreciate that. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, melting pot. Kick it.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, we shouldn't have tough tongue attack about, building out mental institution and carrying out framework in a community to treat mental ill people. Because tough tongue should have leave the ministry long time. From beryllium to UHII scandal and market should have left the industry long time. But me go focus on gunman pastor and him confederate when bring come. You say if you give the white man a bun him yam it, no. The bun there on the inside of him mouth would have fight. Not see the inside of the man mouth black man. The man teeth them rotten out,
Melting pot, where is the melting pot?
Look no man, the man teeth rotten out inside of the man mouth black like the asphalt them. And degraded like the pothole. It's a skirmish them bring come. Come trick and con Jamaican people. But me ask a few questions. God, this white boy talks to this gunman pastor, the prophet to the world, And him work for Andrew Holness. Yeah? And him also working on the top ministry. You know, hear him? No. Him can't be no prophet, can't be no prophet. We get charged for robbery with aggravation. That's a number one. Me no have no prophet. We've been arrested twice with illegal possession of firearm. That's a number two. So there is no way this guy can be no prophet boy. This guy is one of Andrew Wallet's side man them. We have go around the length and breadth of Jamaica and con people. Because this man is a con artist,
He's another Dushi and Savadia man.
Yeah, man, if you hear the amount of money in charge, Say my practice over here. And all him do is have him confederate them. I care about news. Come tell him what happened to people in the community and time them come and read it out back to them. Because them have a book appointment, Yeah, man. So them have everything line up, man. Line up. So, we know it's a gunman pastor. We established that. Yeah? And even when the start put out, even though we know him, because I don't think them ever did handcuff him. Because Andrew friend, them now handcuff him. Just like how you see them not handcuff you, Craskery. But this guy continued to roam alongside a known pedophile called Edgerton Newman. Me never know man who rape underage people get involved in a church. Say I'm a co-pastor, but I'm not pastor, I'm a co-wobanist. I know them no prophet enough. Them a wobia man. And all them do is peel up the Manchester woman them. Edgerton Newman. You don't notice him always there behind them. I hold them. Hey, it's a slapness I go on down a Ward Avenue in a man. Slapness. But this guy come out now and tell me say him a go build bank 1 million crypto. Where does that come from? This guy a billionaire. Well, it seems like everybody around Andrew a billionaire. Because if gunman pass, I cannot talk about opening bank with 1 million crypto. Then, you know, say everybody around Andrew a billionaire. That means you know, say Andrew administration and the deepest administration ever exists. No 2 ways about it. This is the said man who will say, all the Shah, man a yard, look healthy. And from the man mix up a drink name, me no dead yet, and all the Shah come down like majestic. A serious thing. But what is on the table that is so disgraceful is that this man had 2 warrants issued for his arrest. But yet still this man continue to roam the street of Jamaica, be in the public spotlight and can't get arrested. What kind of law there in Jamaica? And him there around the ICE, him there around the crime minister and the various ministry. The white man talk about it. Yeah, so the white man is simplifying, saying to Jamaica that God, we don't know right the road, gunman pastor. We have no $1 billion. Him not have them money there. So the white man now I tell you, say, this man have a, you know, open up a bank, crypto bank with $1 billion. Where am I get the $1 billion from? I must go in there round, you know. If any bank supposed to open Andrew have a fund that, he can't tell anybody that. Andrew in there round. Andrew have them side for money there. And we know Andrew want a bank. We know Andrew want a bank. So it seems like they've organized this thing. Bring a white man with mouth black like tar, teeth them rotten. Put him inside a gunman pastor, treat the people like the white man and the investor. White man will come and talk certain things. Yeah, it indicates well a bank, a new bank is on the way coming. But I know it's not gunman pastor going to run the bank. Organize to set up the bank. It must be the man who they around. That man like to have bank. No wonder you hear this guy say, Andrew should have picked the bank account, you know. You know them are going to support the robbery where Andrew are going with. Andrew wants someone to hide the money them now, you know.
Yeah.
Andrew have someone to hide the money, people.
And you're right about that, melting pot. You're right about that.
Yeah, man. Remember Leachin no want Andrew on him no more, you know. Because Leachin realized that Andrew a sellout. Yeah, and Andrew trick and con him and use him institution and park him money and run him money through there. Yeah, when him forget help, Andrew turn him back on him. So Leachin come out and make that be known to everybody. Say, yes, him 100% sure so them want to take him back. Yeah. Who on earth now would have grant gunman pastor a license to operate a commercial bank? You tell me. Does he have the qualification? No. Remember, you know, him come out as the star as a man who rob, a man who possess illegal possession of firearm. And when him rob with aggravation. That means him not play ease up, him will tear you up You understand? Yeah. So that disqualifying. So me tell gunman pass, I said, under no circumstance will the Bank of Jamaica even look upon you and consider you to be a banker. So tell Andrew Holness to find somebody else. Here, because them are going like this gunman pass, they are wealthy in Jamaica, you know. Masquerade round in a three-piece suit, matching shoes and all these things, like him at some Dan about the place. Where is his genesis? Why did they have to rob with aggravation if him did wealthy, if him a profit? Why did they have to turn to robbery? Why? So there's no rhyme or reason and there's no connectivity with this guy as it relates to him becoming a banker. It cannot happen. Here, I me never know say a man where's a gunman where rob now control the top ministry them and work for the prime minister. Cause that me the white man saying, oh, did the white man know all of these things? And the white man not lying.
No him to tell the white man, man. At the circle, you know, the syndicate.
At the circle.
With Andrew Holness, Ardley Shaw, and them syndicate that, you know. So it seems like now, it seems like Andrew Holness want to create an avenue, you understand, where him now, you understand, can wash the money now for Andrew. Because all of the other entities them being investigated now, you know, under investigation. So you can see we shot him off too much money, he want to filter some. You understand where this idiot is concerned?
Definitely, Sir Byron. Definitely. You're 100% right with that. And you know, there's some of the banana beat it, that's up. Yeah? Andrew Carr, the weirdest people around him. Andrew a real nasty, dirty thinking criminal, you know. And the weirdest people him use, you know. Around him, you know. If you are known established criminal in draft you, because Andrew must know, say, this gunman pastor did involve in a robbery, aggravation, and illegal possession of firearm.
Of course, them know.
Size 14 must know as well.
Of course.
Say Edgerton Newman is a child molester who got to prison and serve time for molesting a 12-year-old. When he run one thing called Taxis Association down at Maxwell. Yeah? So how you draw, size 13, size 14 as a woman, draw for a known pedophile like Edgerton Newman. Have him a gunman pastor up in our constituency and issue gas voucher. How that happened? I can't understand them people here. That's why I support where Sister Pat just said them for rush size 14 because she should be in the chair as Speaker of the House. Them for start rush her. Angler like nothing because she know nobody. She facilitate her time with known pedophile Edgerton Newman and gunman pastor Rydell Rowe. Yeah? And so that just show you say they mix up in them type of thing there. Show me your company, tell you who you are. And we see them company. So you know size 14 and craving here. Them not credible, you know. Are the worst couple that in Jamaica. Are the worst couple in a CARICOM. Let me just speak about our region. Are the most criminal duo in a parliament anywhere in the world. Husband and wife combination. Criminals they are. You understand? And Andrew said parliament like them has set the war at table. Make sure no she control the seat. Yeah, she protect the speech. And what mentioned in a parliament. You know, say a protection and draft. all the way, right across the board. DPP, Commissioner of Police, what? The man have it locked. But we have to break the seal. The seal must be broken by all means. Yeah, the seal have to broken. So, these people will call themselves legislators who make the law. They are the lawbreaker and they might break the law. Criminal. Now make we look now down in a bushrat constituency. Come hear him, prior to the election, come out and say, we now surrender Jamaica to the PNP. But look what the man constituency now, man. Broke down and look dilapidated and look scornful.
And him not surrender Jamaica to PNP, outer than bright.
Look what the man constituency now. People in a Denham town and surrounding area. Down in a West Kingston there. We need to take a look at the surrounding, man. Come on, for Christ's sake, man. A one party run down the sun, never get opposed yet, PNP never win a seat round the sun yet. Just to call Bushrat, Seaga, Bruce Golding, and Andrew Wallace Anglo, man. We no soon live in a squalor. And me like how the lady come out. But me sorry say that because the death of a 3-year-old and his father. They are concerned citizens to come out and state the obvious. And she state the obvious in no uncertain manner. She said them dunce. She said all the man them do with the girl is grind out them latitude and them longitude. That's why them can't finish school. And she won't go back to school. She tell you about the fatherless, speak to them not know them name, them not know them age. I remember we know so the fatherless gang was created in Denham Town long before this incident took place. So she only come rubber stamp where we didn't know about. Can't remember even Tibali Yard man them going to go kill them out, but them are one color. But some look wrangling to that one and yard man going there and kill them. That's why the youth them become fatherless. Cause one time it's like some little thing like them in a giant with some man where them not to join up with. Yeah, and every night killing used to go on in there. From 6 o'clock you can't pass up to the station used to lock up at 6 o'clock. Then I'm told. Cause it does up the man them come out and go cross and do them to do. And if police try to intervene, them lock the police station too. The police didn't know the time and just lock the station. Everybody know that channel line I tell. Good. So nasty thinking dirty. Dead man Mackenzie. AK Bushrat. Get a hold of yourself, man. Fix up the constituency. Put school. So the young lady them can go back and finish up with them to finish up. Stop have the man them a sex off the young girl them before time. Don't know them latitude and them longitude. Yeah, and left them fatherless. Stop that, man. Fix up downtown Kingston and it represent the capital of Jamaica. Down the side city center. And labor right down there, wise up now, man. On a Bushrat a mash up the place for that. Who is Bushrat? A guy will see Seaga box up and beat up when them regular. And him say him like it, and them man they don't have as member of parliament. A guy who involved in one of the most gruesome fire to ever hit Jamaica landscape as a result of who perishing in West Kingston people know. Wise up, man. Wise up. You think me could have said me born and grow in a West Kingston and come back, get the opportunity to go foreign and come back and ever put one foot in a West Kingston? You know, mad? Me can't go back to West Kingston. If people come back to Jamaica, me can't put a foot in West Kingston. West Kingston traumatized me when me look on it. When me look on my capital, my city center, it traumatized me. I could never put one foot in that. That is a dungeon. We need to be scoured and clean and cleansed of all the negativity things that happening at that place. Blood, the shed, the body them where them use and fed to reptile. Yeah? The mothers them will become mother before them even have sense. Can remember, mother have to hand over them 12-year-old, to the man them, and can't say a word about it. Just know said it's not right, but me have to do it to protect my life. What can go so? So the ideology where them guy have, when them sell Jamaican, is wrong. Choose Jamaican under this regime, 1 p.m. under this regime. A poison that to the people, man. A poison. Remember this guy have a Jamaica, prosperity, and I want prosperity to see him ever hand over in the donkey and it's dead. God, the woman asked him to do something for the road. And Andrew within one scope of lack of knowledge after the woman a donkey. The woman at the time using the slogan where he might preach, call the donkey prosperity. People believe it, prosperity dead. That donkey dead a very long time. And on a joke business, the donkey dead. Anything Andrew Holness put him on it perish. Make me tell you that. That donkey was a symbol of what Andrew Holness represents. Don't make him touch nothing, mash up anything. Because remember, Illuminati's large man them days, Remember the Labour Party fence itself around land society. They are not people that can govern. They are people who are scammers, people who are general, people who come to shed the blood of our citizens. I have no regard for that because them normalized to doing that, We there will feel offended, I will feel away. Andrew them not feel nothing. When Andrew wake up and you say 20 our citizens, you think you feel nothing? Him say more blood. Because that them I do. Remember the organization where them involved in them have to have blood as the sacrificial milk. Blood becomes the milk. People believe melting pot when me I say. The blood of Jamaican people become the sacrificial milk to the large society. No two ways about it. So we know have hey, when you look and see the amount of killing, senseless killing with the on video, when you hear Andrew come out and say anything in regards to none of them video there where we show Andrew the people are dead. I know the state police are tell lie when they report submit, them submit false report. You hear Andrew come out and say anything, people. That no concern Andrew. Just like all the drugs no concern him come speak one. But then there are two components. Drugs kill off people, Andrew a wicked and murderer, man. But I one thing me have to tell him, Mother and father eat the sour grape, set the children teeth and edge.
Let them know that part.
Yeah? So don't feel like so well then your work I go just go so. And it never have a repercussion at the end. If it not catch you on size 14, it'll catch you boy them. So you could hide them little more, you can hide them from the reality. And the reality is that mother and father eat the sour grape. Set the children teeth and edge. That is the reality. So you could hide them anywhere you feel like. Things are going to happen to them. I remember the UK are one dangerous place, Carry the fan train and that boom up. Underground, overground, that boom up. Regular them do it. You're in a shopping center and that get bombed. So don't feel that safe here when you put them. Because you know why you have to send them out of the country, you know. Look on the mansion where you build. And you take them out of that and place them in a London. You're idiot, man. But you know you have to do it. Because all things are run through your head because you want to protect them. Remember, we tell Jamaican people, say, all the money where Andrew and size 14 are thief for them two boys there. So I'm worried. We protect them and keep them safe so them come grab on for the inheritance. When take from the taxpayers in Jamaica. Look how Andrew and the people them are suffer down in a ground zero. 4 months plus after Melissa. Remember the man have the goods them, you know. I hold them up, you know, for them come out and date. Because Andrew said him nah go no eat him rather make them spoil out of date before him go no. That's why I say, me stop asking how long when I go sit down and make this man angry. Me I go ask you again how much more right you can take. How much more Andrew poison you know willing to accept. Because there's not more him have to do more than the pies where you see him playing out pound. I remember in recent time and head no fee him again, you know. So I'm most mad now. Because leeching now keep him money for him. No more. Can expose leeching bank as a corrupt entity. All type of virus, scandalous money I run through. Yeah. And him want to find a bank now. You see who my driver? Gunman pastor. I back the floor to you, Sir Lord Byron.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. So let us run through these two final clips. Right. For the night we have 23 minutes to close off. Right. Let us get to the hypocrisy within the media space. Right. Let us find that. Yeah. Now listen up, Jamaica. Listen to this.
Is concerned, and where criticism is coming from a quarter that is not intended to demean the office that it is coming from or the quarter that it is coming from, and words to demean are not being used by the party complaining. I think it's the health of a democracy when journalists, civil society actors, human rights campaigners can dish it out. And then those who will dish it out to day in, day out can also dish it back.
What is he talking about?
And we accept that that's the nature of the game because this is a game. A serious game, but it is a game. It's not shiny stick. And a marble, or as we say in the country, tar. Yeah, play tar. Yeah? It's not it. It's a serious game. And I'm saying, we are all traders in this business of words at the end of the day. And if words are used to criticize you, then use words and defend yourself without seeking to be petty, without seeking to engage the referee to say, I am being criticized. So I say this morning that from a pure self-interest perspective, the broadside against the media has me feeling uneasy. But at the same time, why should Vaz, an individual who's been the subject of some of the worst kind of slangs and slurs, not by newspapers or media entities, but by people in the public, but who has been the subject of intense criticism from newspapers, public commentators, and journalists, why should he not dish some of it back? Why should Chang and others like him, who've been the subject of intense criticism, who've been roasted over the years when things are going wrong by civil society actors and human rights activists,
who are speaking on behalf of constituencies, legitimately so, why should they not clap back? It's the health of the democracy. It's the democracy advertising its well-being. When that can happen, we consume, we digest, our bowels move, and we move on. Respect is concerned.
Take him away.
And where criticism is...
I just want to show Jamaica as it relates to, right, the hypocrisy, right, with Draws Davis and NNN. You see how he's justifying as it relates to how Chang came out and said JFJ, right, being benefiting from blood money, and how he tried to justify, you understand, Darrell Valls in terms of eating back, and he called that democracy. He called that democracy. But he doesn't remember. He doesn't remember when Dayton Campbell go on a platform and speak freely as it relates to democracy. And Cliff Hughes said him forget box on him out. This is the hypocrisy with them, you know. Play that clip on it. This is the hypocrisy with them. They are not remembering what they have done. Look at this.
Saying that taxmen are quote unquote evil. I didn't hear those comments myself, but that's what the Gleaner reported, and the PAP General Secretary wants it known that that's what he was responding to. But I said before, you know, that I saw a clear strategy from the PMP to bring taxmen on side.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why that is.
Mm-hmm.
On election day, that's a key mobilization base.
Yes.
You need those cars.
Yes.
But here's the PMP General Secretary.
We are going to give them $500 a day, $2,500 a week, $10,000 a month time to send them to school. Why would anybody decide that they want to take $5,000 to vote or $10,000 to vote when you can get $10,000 every month per child to send them to school? When we say we can't them go to school, them start cuss all the taxi man them. I wonder if the taxi man them, if you really are going to get up election day and say you can't labor right. You know, hear them say you a thief and rapist and them something there. Run with them. And election day when they come, no care nobody for them.
That's the PMP General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell.
Ricardo, listeners, what is wrong with Dayton Campbell? Doesn't he realize that he's a senior member of the People's National Party, and that how he conducts and reports and communicates is important? Every time you hear this man, he's shouting. He makes you cringe. Somebody inside your car get a hold of him and shut him a box and say, shut him out, or
All
speak
right.
in a
Take
way
him
that
away.
people can listen to you.
Take him away.
Well,
So then let me ask you now, Cliff Hughes. And let me ask you now, Draws Davis. When Horace Chang came out and said Jamaica for justice, they gain blood money. Isn't that Horace Chang is a senior minister? Isn't that Horace Chang supposed to be more measurable in terms of what he's throwing out there? So let me ask you now, since we box you guys into a corner, does Horace Chang deserve a kick in our mouth? Not a box. Me they ask you, Draws Davis, and me they ask you, Big Mama, does Horace Chang deserve a kick in our mouth? And since we soon finish up, let me give Melting Pot this 16 minutes for close we out. Melting Pot, take them on for me.
Yes, my brother. First of all, it looked like Draws Davis, a pattern gunman pastor dress code. It seems that look like at the same store them a shop for material now. Make jacket.
But you know, say make him look more like a fish, he look more like a van scale.
And that me I say, me I look at it, put it up. It's a sea creature jacket, the man have on, you know.
So hold on, man. The man just appropriate, man. Him just appropriate. Because he's what he is, and he just appropriate.
You mean for Big Mama? That's appropriate for Big Mama, yes.
Just Davis.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. But George Davis and nobody, you know. Remember, George Davis have a sing to team little bit of where him get off of the crumbs, you know. Yeah. And nobody. Because here it is now. Him want to call out two criminals. Yeah. To come push back from people. And we talk, you know. In our social media. Talk about all people with human rights background. You know how that buffer. Yeah. But Vaz and Trump can't come out come talk to nobody, man. Them they are big time nastiness, criminal activists in the Jamaica Labour Party. Yeah. Who Vaz can't come out come talk to when Vaz have commit crime from them eye and knee from back in the 80s. Like George Davis don't know who him up against in social media. I be a critical thinkers, you know. And some of us have the history of Jamaica. Him not have it, you know. Because him George Davis a piece of shit. And we know him is a propagandist. He will come out and speak on behalf of Andrew Holness regime. Yeah. Where team workplace been funded by Andrew them. No two ways about that. Remember, all movie return of shares in that, you know. So you know that Jamaica Labour Party media house. No. Vaz cannot come out and talk to nobody. Because Vaz under investigation for 1.4 billion of tax money. Vaz all bring all entities from United States into disrepute. I mean, we will suffer hard at the hands at that. Because you don't do business with foreign counterpart and lie to your local base and implement and incriminate these people. You will suffer heavily in the court against that. And I them think that George Davis should have tried straight out to Vaz's head and make him get something in his head straight. Yeah? When nasty crab come out, yeah? Nasty thinking dirty crab, we go hide from the extradition order and claim same sick, going on crab hole. And when things settle down, him crawl out back and when him come out, him a go and like him at this big bad crab. Yeah? And I come make some reference to JFJ operating on behalf of blood money. Look like him not see the list of donors that facilitate income into JFJ. So, when expect now, we never hear them allegations that come from a nastiness like Chango, each up in a WikiLeaks. I remember a thief WikiLeaks keep the information, you know, out of the State Department, you know, and leak it, you know. That's why I name WikiLeaks. And like a lie, WikiLeaks tell for them, you know. Then that's why Julian Assange end up in prison, man. Can leak American file to the public and who is each up in it. The money laundering and drugs trafficking. A crab. James Robert. And Shiny Roberts. How she want name. She gone home now. You understand? I remember in James Roberts' father to give a land to settle being drugs deal, you know. Yeah, man. And who was the man where a guy from down at Chang place? A guy from down at Chang place was supplying James Roberts with cocaine. So Vaz nor Chang cannot come out and push back on our people, especially we in our social media. Cannot run out from we. We are too clean or a dirty piece of shit like crap to come go on like you want eggs up round. Remember, we not no charge over we, you know. Hanging over we, you know. Like Pumbas and Chang, you know. Them not clean. Them corrupted. But they not look for me. But they not look for Turbyron. But they not look for man in the wilderness. No, them not look for Ratty. Ratty more on them. You understand? So, we know when we speak with authority. So a piece of shit like Drag Davis and Nancy Big Mama, we want to attack people who defend the truth and right of the country. And if it's a party that we see deserve that recognition and our support, we will give it to the People's National Party. Because that's the party that have exemplary track record when it comes to dealing with situations that stay far out of corruption. So we will lend the support behind the People's National Party. And a matter of fact, we are manly heights on top of that. So the People's National Party will get a melting pot support. I know Byron, through him weight behind it, same way, man of the wilderness, Ratty. So because we're concerned about the country, no, I see war broke out all over the place, you know. But I still wouldn't run God Jamaica. You mad? As much as up Iceland coal out them gone. Up the summer gone up Iceland. The coal. Me I despise the tropical country and go to the ice country. Because you enter in a tropical country, you might not need to come out back. So we concerned about Jamaica and Jamaicans. We are not in favor of criminal politicians who carry out day-to-day corruption of stealing the taxpayers' money, using the taxpayers' money like it belongs to them, like in the case of Nancy thinking dirty Pumbas. And members, several of the money he mix up in a. Remember him go to Mexico for $140,000 US man. Come on, we're undervalued with asset man in our eyes, but behind my back, him have money I collect same way. But him tell us himself that when I'm a minister without portfolio, I shouldn't be selling nothing. You understand? But Andrew love him. Because Andrew like criminal around him, you know. To carry out the criminal activity and him stay one side. Yeah? And when you touch it, nitty-gritty and you dissect it, you know, so Andrew involved in it. Because him can't do that without Andrew approval, number one. Andrew run the place at the government as it should be. But Andrew no government. Andrew a criminal. So I'm just using criminal friend Pumbas. Them know say Pumbas are do criminal work from either and me. So I'm lieutenant that. Because Uncle Pumbas have the most ministry compared to Andrew Holness. The rest of them just had one ministry, one portfolio. Look how much ministry and portfolio Pumbas have. And look who had him. So the Prime Minister had him. Oh, sorry, the Prime Minister had him. So only the Prime Minister had him. In that regard, we have a whole heap of things under one umbrella. I shelter them, and the corruption run through them. They have to protect them there. No one nobody else touch them, you know. Him alone must deal with the facts and figures. People don't notice where Andrew go with Prime Minister. If you don't want to know which entity to go under investigation, just look at all of the entity will pop up under him umbrella. Him no want nobody touch them there. Even if him say him play chess, you know. But I run him off him out. Andrew do have no chess begin. Them no start play chess game. Him just use a narrative as a soundbite guy. Yeah? Cause it easy to know where you do. It easy to know the ministry them where you thief money out of. And you just pack them up underneath your umbrella. You don't want nobody touch them. And that alone break the code. And how you run the place and where you are going. I see your friend Pumbaz. You know him have to give him a couple of ministry, you know. Just notice from Pumbaz, that transport center. Yeah, and control the transport aspect of things. You see so much $1 billion out there so lose. You see them run it down. Them run it down. JUTC now becomes an entity that is bleeding, it's hemorrhaging. One go on life-saving machine. I mean, I'll tell you who mash up that. Boom bars, Boom Broom, Ratcliffe Lewis, Owen Ellington, Guy Smiley. Them mash up that. The fleet of bus where them get it half or below half. And various things been stolen and money gone missing. And it running at $1 billion deficit. Several double digit. I want to tell you probably it's about $20 billion, you know. It's almost running alongside Beryllium in terms of loss. That same JUTC. Because remember, you know, the passenger flow gone way down. Gone way down. JUTC, when it started out, it used to carry roughly 60 million passengers. Because you know one person take the bus several times. Yeah? Check where they know. It's bleeding. It's hemorrhaging. Under the leadership of that ministry by Pumbaz. Anyway, Pumbaz are on to go. Them tear it up. Money grab at them. They don't see the models. Good bars. They don't see her in Miami or Florida. I show up their grandson or granddaughter. And acting like a mad house. Not a mad woman, you know. She acting like the complete mad institution. She's a mad house overseas. Laughing at Jamaicans who run behind them and give them support. And them are sure says when we have our grandpicture band, a foreign it band. But we can't tell people, they're clever, you know. They're not only boasting, but right away that child becomes a US citizen. You see how clever them is? Right away that baby born from foreign child becomes a US citizen. So it eliminates them having to get visa. And all of them are planned for runway, you know. Even with the young band, I remember Damon Crawford said, one by one, they shall go to jail. So even the baby, them make sure no say it born and get it visa right away. And that was the operative.
No, Melton Pot. I think that policy has changed, you know. Donald Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump administration. You understand? I think that policy has changed recently.
Recently?
Yeah, it has changed.
Well, that sounds good to the Jamaican people. Yeah. Brother, them people are clever, you know. And what them I do? It's our people need to start put them eye now. Yeah. No ban long now, the eye must get open. Yeah. The eye must get open, you know. Look around where I go on, man. Look how the people are dealing with the place, man. Go them and take with the money and the wealth from Puno, man. Go them and take with the right at Jamaica from Puno. Yeah. And give it to foreigners. Chinese come there live better, you know. Unbelievable. Chinese, we are not nobody in a China. And they better my Jamaican people. Them must get cross over that. Because we know them Chinese that will come at Jamaica, them are prisoner. They are prisoners. Okay? But they are trained prisoners. So when them time come out, them have to work and pay back the Chinese government. Where the Chinese government spend on them when them in incarceration. So Jamaica people if wise up. Me don't know the government have the good job and give the Chinese them and have no out there are about to no hand niggle. As well nasty thinking dirty. Whitehead and blackhead Charles it said. Yeah, we don't want to work but are about to no hand niggle. Where they work the phone. The one of them take the work. The farmer them do little thing where James Roberts do. Mash up the farming community. Especially in a St. Thomas, but also a ripple effect right across the length and breadth of Jamaica as it relates to any product when him bring in. And him always bring it in when the local farmer them have them produce ready for read and go up on the market. Him go mash it up and glut it. Yeah, and stack up him 2 cold storage where him have over there. Yeah. What can also when you look on this administration, look where Andrew Wheatley going with a Petrojam. I'm seeing him in a parliament now and run up his mouth. All nasty criminal. 600,000 barrel of oil. Plus the fencing. What can go so? This man should have been a prisoner serving time, long time. And we are talking about prison where a straight life sentence to get him done a murder. The amount of time, God, 600,000 barrel of oil, you can't get less than 6,000 years. So you know you should have left prison and say goodbye to the world.
All right, melting pot over 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes over time. Take another minute to finish up now because with 2 minutes exceeded time.
I don't realize, but I just want to say to my people, yeah, just look for all the road and see if you can find any other terminology apart from criminality. I yield back the floor to you, Sir Lord Byron.
All right, and there you have it. We're going to come to an end of the show tonight. I want to say thanks to all the people who turn out and really appreciate that. Right, and looking forward to see you on Tuesday. I think Brother Rattigan will be coming out Saturday? Tomorrow. All right. So let me just hand over to Wifey for Wifey to close us out. Wifey.
Okay, guys, as usual, thank you so much and have a wonderful and blessed weekend and take care until Tuesday. Safe travel on the gravel. One love. Bless up, melting pot.
All right. Blessings.
Bless up, family. Blessings.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want to right there that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.